Here we are in San Francisco, Radio Row. This is the day where things are hopping. I think Thursday's become the biggest day.
Thursday's the biggest day. Right? I think so. Yeah,
well,
I would
it's
agree.
even bigger for us now.
I mean, especially this guy.
One of the greatest receivers in the NFL.
Yeah.
Lions receiver, Amon-Ra St. Brown. You were talking to Jane Daniels, and he said to me, man, you got some crazy takes. He said that to me.
He said that to you?
He said I got some crazy takes.
Yeah. He said that to you.
He said I got some crazy takes.
Well, I mean,
we got some crazy bread.
You
and
do.
Some crazy takes.
Yeah, we're gonna get to the Caesar's football, but he's a big Vikings fan. You know that, right? So that's probably why he gives you crazy takes.
No, we were talking about the Pro Bowl.
Oh, okay.
We're talking about I said, give me an example. But that's good because he understands. He's got a podcast. We're making content. We're giving people stuff to talk about.
Right. Well, the Pro Bowl, I mean, what could you have said that's that crazy about the Pro Bowl?
I said that it sucks.
The Pro Bowl sucks, right? They got to get rid of it.
See, he agrees.
It's not what it used to be.
He wants the check.
Yeah, I don't think it is. But, I mean, it's still, as a player, it's fun to be around the guys.
I get that.
That part of it's good. But you know what? They used to do it in Hawaii. I mean, the players really love it then because you get away from everybody. You get away from the media. The fans aren't bothering you in Hawaii for a week.
Definitely.
They loved it in Hawaii.
You got, well, and back, like my dad was playing, right? Yeah. If you won, you got $55,000. If you lost, you got $30,000. But they were only making a few $100,000, right? So that was like, oh crap, we're gonna play, right?
Yeah.
You guys are swimming in it. You're like $55,000. I don't give a damn about that.
Nah, I think the players still care, like especially like third, fourth quarter, guys like, all right, we gotta win this money. It was like it was fun.
All right, that's cool. That's cool. All right, well, take us through the year, right, with you guys. Disappointing. You guys are still awesome, but what was your kind of assessment of why it didn't line up the right way for you?
I mean, that's a tough question. I feel like it was a combination of a lot of things. I think a lot of games in the NFL are won by one score. We all know that, and I feel like we lost a lot of one-score games that in the past few years we would have won. And so those 3, 4, 5 games, you switch those around to wins and losses. You turn that into a win, you're probably in the playoffs. Once you get in the playoffs, you never know what happens. I mean, you look at the Panthers. No one would have thought they were going to play the Rams that close. They almost won. So once you get in the playoffs, anything can happen. And so for us, it was just a lot of things. I think playing complementary football was another big thing. Offense and defense playing well or playing decent enough to keep each other both in the game. I feel like there was a few games where it would be one side like this and the other like that. And so defense is playing amazing, lights out, and we're putting up 9 points. Or we're putting up, so many points, and defense allowing something. So it's like we've had that going on. But I think we still have a solid, amazing nucleus of players on our team, which gives us that Super Bowl window is still open for us. I think when you have guys that we have on our team, like Aiden, Jared, J-Mo, Jameer, Demo, Laporta, Panay, Jack, Brian Branch, I can go down the list.
Yeah, you guys are stacked.
That opens up, and you have a coach like Dan Campbell. I think that allows you to, win that Super Bowl each and every year.
Did we make too much, though, like guys like me and him, of you guys losing Ben Johnson, right? Like, tell us about that effect.
Yeah, I mean, Ben you guys also know what Ben did in Chicago. Yeah. He's an amazing coach. He's one of the best coaches that I've been around in football. He's smart. He's hardworking, all that good stuff. So, yeah, obviously you're going to miss a good coach like that. I think anytime you lose a guy like that, you're going to miss him. But I think at the end of the day, the players make plays. You can have the best coach with the worst players, and not much is going to happen. You can have the best players with not the best coach, and they can make it look amazing. So I think we have, at the end of the day, we have the players that can make those plays. And so I'm excited for Drew Petzing. I think it's going to be good for us. I can't wait.
How do you think it'll be different with him?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. I haven't been around him. Just talked to him. He called me after he got hired and just wanted to check in and say he's excited to get to work. And I told him likewise. And, small talk for 3 or 4 minutes. And I think he's talked more to Jared Goff than he has to me. So, I talked to Jared at the Pro Bowl and whatnot. Talked to Trey McBride. He said he liked him. Jared said he's going to be good for us. He's been talking about plays and whatnot already with him. So I think it's going to be awesome. I think we're going to be hungrier than ever as a team, especially after what happened last year. And I think it's going to be good for us to get back to OTAs, get back to training camp, get back to work, and get this thing going.
When Dan Campbell took over the play calling, how did that change things for you as the players? How did you notice it? Did it affect the practice week? How did it affect the games? It's like, how different is it when the head coach is calling the plays on offense?
I don't think it didn't change much for us as players. Obviously, each coach, when someone else calling the plays, it's a different kind of style. You kind of know what they like to get to, things like that, things you can anticipate. But I think, we enjoyed it. It was fun. Guys were getting the ball balls being spread out. You know, we had some high scoring games with him calling plays.
Yeah.
So it was fun. I think Dan did a great job with the situation given at hand. So it was good. You know, Dan actually called plays when I think that was my rookie year. So, you know, we had A-Lin, ended up firing him, and then Dan called plays for the second half of the season.
Yeah.
And that's really when I started getting the ball and making more plays. So it was fun.
Yeah, no, I mean, you guys are fun to watch. So within that fun, okay, you and the duo receiver, you and Jameson Williams.
Yep.
I don't feel like you guys could be two more opposite people in the world. You seem like you're all over every detail, and I know you're a psycho hard worker. He seems like he just is like, let me go play and go around. You probably watch your diet. I've heard crazy stuff about stuff he eats. So tell us about this crazy guy a little bit.
J-Mo's amazing.
Right.
I think, you know, the fans see one side of him. I think he's very lighthearted, like you said. He's always having fun, but he knows when to take it serious and when to turn it on. And I think he's grown so much as a player from when he first got there, just as a human being. You know, being around him in the locker room, in the meeting room, he's grown so much. So it's been amazing to be around him. I'm glad I'm playing with him. I wouldn't want to be, you know, playing with any other receiver besides J-Mo. I feel like we complement each other
really
so well.
Right.
I mean, not just him, all the receivers we have, but I think me and J-Mo, you know, like you said, we're basically like opposites. He's the go ball fast. I mean, one of the fastest guys that I've ever seen in my life.
Right.
Being with him, I mean, safety just go running with him, and then it opens up the middle for me. So it's amazing playing with him. I'm excited that we'll be there for, you know, a lot more years to come.
Well, tell me about his diet and what he did. I mean, first off, good job. I'm glad you got him to stop humping the ground for touchdown celebrations. All right, that was a good job by you guys. Second off of that, tell me about his eating, because I've heard stories from a few people up there that like, he puts crazy things together.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have seen it. He posted on his Instagram. He has a few crazy things that he likes to eat, but I mean, he's like all of us. I feel like a lot of us in the NFL, we eat. Our diets aren't that crazy. We really eat anything we want, and you know, we run so much and work out so much that we're able to burn off. I think as you get older, it starts to change when your metabolism slows down.
Right.
But J-Mo's still young. He's still running fast, flying past people, and so I mean, he really eats what he wants, and I don't blame him for it.
All right, I got another crazy take for you, and I've been saying this for a while.
Here we go. Brace yourselves.
Here we go.
Get ready.
I love it.
You guys have so many great skill position players: Dave Montgomery, Jahmyr Gibbs, you, J-Mo, Sam Laporta. There's only one football. You never hear anybody complain. Nobody's ever saying, I want the ball. Winning, losing doesn't matter. My take has always been, because if they do, they got to deal with Amon-Ra. And he's going to set them straight. If anybody pops off, if anybody starts complaining that you're going to get in their face, and you're going to say, we're trying to win football games here, stop it. Is that take accurate?
Nah, I wouldn't say that take is accurate. I would say this.
Usually, so it's accurate that he's wrong again, is what you're saying.
I would say, you know, I feel like we're so close as a team. Like, I can't speak for any other team. I've only been in Detroit, but like outside of the locker room, we're actually close. We're good friends. We hang out. We do so much together. So if it's like, if I'm over here complaining that Jahmyr is scoring touchdowns or J-Mo scoring touchdowns or Laporta or D-Mo, it's like, are you unhappy for them? Is it just all about you? And so at the end of the day, if we're winning games, no one's complaining. And that's the ultimate goal is to win games. And when you win games, typically guys are playing well and guys are catching balls and scoring touchdowns and doing all that good stuff. So we're never ones to complain, I feel like, on our team, because we want everyone to succeed. We just want to win games. And if that means Jahmyr has to score 10 touchdowns this game to win the game, let him score 10. If J-Mo needs 300 yards to win this game, let him get 300. It doesn't matter. We're not complaining. So that's the kind of mindset we have. And I feel like that unselfish, you know, team that we have, it makes it special.
I got another crazy take for you.
Go ahead.
The problem with going for it on fourth down all the time is that the defense is always ready for it, and they never have that moment after a third down where they start walking off the field and then they say, oh, shit, they're going for it. We got to turn around and go back. Your response?
I mean, you're talking about us being like us.
Yeah, because you guys go for it so often. The defense always expects it. Because usually, like a defense, we stop them on third down. We're walking off the field.
Yeah. It's not surprising anymore.
And when the team goes for it on fourth down, they're like, "Oh shit! Now we got to go back and play." And it just, you got to get your mind back in it like that. But with the Lions, we're always expecting. The defense is always expecting you to go for it on fourth down. So there's never an element of surprise.
I don't think so. I mean, that element of surprise maybe only works the first 2 or 3 times you do it, and then after that, you're like going into the game. They might go for on 4th down, so you'll probably be on the field ready for it. We've been doing it for years now, so teams know. I think a lot of teams are starting to do it. It's like I feel like a wave in the NFL. When I was watching the NFL as a kid, it's like 4th down, they're punting it. No matter if it's 4th and 1,
right.
4th and inches was like the only time they're probably going for it.
Or when you're down so far, you got no choice.
Right.
That was it.
And so now it's like I'm looking at other teams. It's like we played the Rams end of the season, and Sean McVay went for like 3 4th downs in a row. I'm like, damn, he's giving us a taste of our own medicine.
Right.
But I feel like a lot of teams are doing it and are starting to realize how advantageous it can be if you do get it.
Yeah.
But if you don't get it, there is a drawback to it.
We talk about it a lot.
Hindsight is always 20/20.
Right.
But at the end of the day, I feel like if you have the right players and you feel like you can get it, you have a good scheme, a good game plan, you feel like you know what they're going to be in on 4th down. I mean, for us, I would say for the Lions, I mean, when we're out there, we get to 3rd and 5. He might call a run play that's only going to get us 3 or 4 yards.
Yeah.
But we know going into that run play, like the running backs know, you don't have to try to get the 1st down. Just get the 3 or 4 yards because we're going to go for on 4th down.
Yeah.
We might call a choice route on 3rd and 7. I'm not going to try to get all 7 yards. I'll get the 5 yards because I know we'll go for it on 4th down.
Yeah.
So we kind of all know the mentality, the mindset, the way we like to play, and the way Dan likes to go for it. And so we love going for it because we feel like we got the guys that can do it, and we feel like we can get it every time.
I feel like the whole league, to your point, where everyone's jumping on it, is going too far with it now. Where I'm like, there's too many drives where I go, that was a good drive, and you came away walking off the field like, oh man, we didn't get anything, right? And there is real emotion that way, right? And analytics can't figure that out. All right, I know you can run routes and all that, but let me hear you be a pitch man for Little Caesars.
Yeah, so obviously, I've been working with Little Caesars for quite a while now. Shot my 2nd commercial this summer, which was a lot of fun. I mean, there's so much that goes into production that people don't even see. But the Dear Dear commercial was amazing. Have you guys had a Detroit-style pizza?
The Detroit-style
pizza? I haven't had the Detroit-style pizza.
Okay, yeah. So, I mean, Detroit-style pizza is big in Detroit.
Right.
But they actually have coming out with this new Detroit-style slices and sticks, which is half Detroit-style pizza, half cheese bread on the other side.
Oh, okay.
It's amazing. It's only $5. If you haven't tried it, I suggest you try it.
Is that what you brought?
That's what I brought.
Are these ours? The seal's not cracked.
That's for you.
I mean, it smells so good. I'm going to eat some of it.
So, you have your hot takes. That was my hot take.
All right, thank you.
And it's actually hot, too, so
that's
you're
good.
good.
He might have done something to yours, so make sure it's yours, all right? Because, he's not sure he likes you, I don't think.
You can like someone and respect someone, even if you think their takes suck.
But what's Detroit?
No, I didn't say they suck. I just said they're crazy.
They're crazy.
What's Detroit-style pizza, though? I'm dead serious. Like, is it deep dish?
Open it up. It's thicker.
It's thicker.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
I'm going to break the seal.
Here we go.
All right, let me check it.
That looks like, yes. Yes, that
I'm
looks
down
good.
for that.
Yeah, that's mine.
I am
you can
down
have
for
the
that.
I'm going to have some later.
Okay, I like it.
Yep.
All right, so
looks good. We'll show it.
Thanks for coming by, but also the family. How's Dad? How's everybody?
Everyone's doing good, man.
Your dad's awesome too. For the receiver series, man. I tell you what, I'd have been. I'm not nothing against my own dad, but it's a very different parenting style. And your dad, man, there's no days off, and let's go. And man, you that's great. It's a great inspiration, and it makes me want to go out and run around the block or go lift weights just hearing your dad talking to you guys.
No, it's fun. It was fun growing up,
Does he still do it to you? Like, are you still like, oh God, I gotta go work out with Dad? Like, he's coming to town.
I don't work out with him anymore.
Yeah.
He'll pull up to some workouts and watch me work out.
Right.
He'll text me, after games and stuff about what I should have done, how he saw this.
Right.
It's just funny, but it's always love because, looking around now, I'm older now, so I'm like 26, and I'll be at the gym working out by myself, and I'll see a kid with his son shooting basketballs at the gym. And it just reminds me of my dad and how not everyone has that and how lucky I was growing up to have one.
Yeah, you're good peeps, man.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, easy to root for.
Thank you.
And you're going to be involved in the NBA All-Star Celebrity Game on NBC.
Oh, man, look at you. Man. You can dunk?
I can dunk, but I got to throw a lot to myself.
You got to go up that way because you can't palm it and do it that way.
It's a little tougher for me.
Yeah, that's all right. I mean, you're short. That's okay.
How many points do you think I'm going to score if you guys had to guess?
27.
Wow, hey, not like you. Your takes aren't crazy. They're amazing.
I don't know who the hell's playing in the game, but if you don't get at least 12 fast break points, I'll be disappointed.
I saw the lineup. I got to get at least 15.
Okay.
It's a celebrity game. Like, you're going to be playing against Carrot Top. I mean, you're going to go out there and dominate, right?
Yeah. They said Jeremy Lin's on your team. I'm just going to pass to Jeremy Lin every time. Get like 10 assists.
All right, here he is, Avanar St. Brown. Congratulations on your success. Thanks for the pizza. I'm going to eat some of it. Whoa. Well, wait, I think we're gonna.
No, we're
gonna
hanging.
stretch.
We got
Gary already told me
Fred
we're gonna
Warner's
stretch.
coming on next, so
Fred
we're just
Warner's
kind of
coming.
waiting him to get set up.
So Almond Rock can go on to his next one. Is that what we're saying?
All right,
Almond Rock's going to
Yes,
take off. Keep reading PFT, and maybe you'll see some takes you like.
Maybe you'll see that. Just keep beating the crap out of the Vikings, all right? Just keep doing that for me. All right, man?
Hi, it's Mike Florio. Thanks for watching PFT on YouTube. Hit subscribe for the latest.
All right, Mike, that was a good interview, man. Appreciate you, buddy. But we're going to get to our show now.
Yeah.
So, good morning, everyone. Give me just 1 second. Let me get this rolling. Hope everyone's doing well. It is Friday, and we've got, I guess we could call it somewhat of a game show. We've got some good questions for you guys today to kind of get the audience thinking about this Super Bowl matchup and these two teams. I'm going to go through some of the, we'll go through the injury report, of course, for the Super Bowl, and kind of just talk about it. Right, there's a lot of great things between these two teams, and quite honestly, I think my first take of the day would be this, Eric. We talk a lot about buying and building, buying a team and building a team, and I think that you have two teams in this game that are exactly that. You have the Patriots that have gone out and spent $209 million in free agency guarantees in 2025. And then you have the Seattle Seahawks, who have been drafting, developing, and waiting for a quarterback. And they finally got their quarterback this year in Sam Darnold. And that is why they are playing the way that they are playing. So two totally polar opposite styles of franchises. And quite honestly, that is not the normal for New England, because New England is the team that likes to draft and develop. They've done it for decades. I mean, you go back and look at the Brady days. That was not a team that was consistently outpacing everybody else in free agency acquisitions. They were drafting, developing, and building. I guess to put this in more simpler terms, the reason why the Patriots had to do what they had to do will be available in volume 2 of the Detroit Football Journal's piece on In Brad We Trust. But just to kind of give you a taste of the reason why is their hit rate. Now, I spoke about this yesterday a little bit as to why why it's so lopsided, but their hit rate has been 38%. 38% in the draft. And honestly, it's closer to 26% when you really look at starters and players that have stuck around. That it pales in comparison to a team like the Detroit Lions that are operating above 73%, and the league average is 55%. And what those numbers represent is when you draft this year, in 2026, and you have, let's just use round numbers. Let's say you have 10 picks. That means 7 players that Brad drafts this year will be on that team in 2, 3, 4 years down the road. 4 years down the road is the numbers that I did. So we walk it out 4 years. They're still on the squad. For the Patriots, if they go out and draft 10 players this year, in 4 years, they're going to have 3 players on that team from that draft. That is a huge loss, and they have lost so many 3rd and 4th round picks. It's not even funny. Very interesting, polar opposite teams. That's my opening take of the day. What do you say, man? What do you think is the biggest? I guess the biggest thing for this game, these two teams going into the Super Bowl.
Well, talking about one team spent a lot, one team draft. So I think that one of the reasons that the Patriots had so much money to go out and spend is because for the 2 or 3 years prior, they weren't big spenders in free agency, and they were trying to build it through the draft, and they were doing it with a different head coach and different personnel on the team. So this year, Mike Vrabel came in and he's like, we need to do it the right way, because Robert Kraft made a mistake with the previous head coach, thinking he was just going to get a former player to come in and be the head coach. So it's kind of a surprising that Mike Vrabel took a year off of coaching and then came back to the Patriots. Did he know something?
Yeah, I think where you're going with that is there's a reality check here for the Patriots, and that is they didn't spend in free agency this year because they wanted to. They had to. It was desperation. It was born of these draft day disasters over the last several seasons, the purging failed picks. Like I said, they don't even have a 4th round pick, I think, from the last 3-4 drafts. Maybe they have one. That's crazy. And yet we have Lions fans that are criticizing Brad Holmes for 2 picks. For 2 picks that are 3rd or 4th round picks. And the New England Patriots have lost like a dozen in the 3rd or 4th round. So they unlocked a league high $131 million in cap space this year, Eric, when it was out of sheer necessity, but it was also the desperation move from those draft day disasters, like I said. While Brad is building this sustainable winner through the elite scouting process, New England was attempting to purchase a new culture because they had to. They couldn't cultivate. They didn't cultivate. They didn't draft and develop. They failed, and they picked all the wrong players. So when the drafts fail, that is when the bank account is the only thing that can save you. Now, I think fortunately for the Patriots, they got lucky in a lot of ways. But whenever you spend that kind of money and you bring in that amount of players, a lot of them are really good. I think that what you're going to see next year is a potential other side of the coin where a lot of these players are going to want to get paid. A lot of those players aren't going to be on that roster, even though the Patriots right now are operating from the standpoint in 2026. I think they have 50 signed on their roster already, which would tell you everyone's coming back. But the reality is not everyone's coming back, and a lot of people are going to have their hand out. And that's where you're going to start to lose what you just built. And so that's the we'll see if they can even come back next year at all and even make it to the playoffs. I'll just say it right now. Based on what I've always stuck to, I think it is more of a 50-50 shot that they make it to the playoffs next year based on the fact that they just spent all of that money in free agency, and there's going to be some players departing this year. What were you going to say next?
Yeah, so if you go back and look at the records of these two teams, and everybody compares the Lions to everyone else, and this arc that we had with Brad and Dan, where we start 3-13-1, and then we go to 9-8, and then we go to 12-5, and then 15-2. So you got this arc of an upward swing, right? Well, if you go back and look at just last year, the Patriots were 4-13 with Drake May as a rookie quarterback, and they only scored 289 points. And they let up 417 points. That is just that's almost 200 points negative point differential. And then if you look at the Seahawks last year, the Seahawks have been on an upward trend. Last year they went 10-7. They tied with the Rams with a 10-7 record. The Rams went to the playoffs and won the NFC West, while the Seahawks stayed at home with the 10-7 record. So you can see that, one team was building and going on that arc, and the other team, they had to buy a bunch of players this year. They had to, because they had no one on their team. They're missing 3rd and 4th round picks. They haven't been hitting in the draft. So they bring in the new coach, Vrabel, and he says, we're going to do it my way. Let's get the players. Let's go. He put in the players, and it's working. Mike Vrabel got coach of the year last year.
Last night. So I expected that one, man. And quite honestly, getting coach of the year, I think that when you look at the reasons why, you just took a team that was in the dumps, and they were 4-13 last year, I think. Yeah. And you turned it all the way around, and now you're in the Super Bowl, but you paid your way there. And you know what? I get it. I think Lions fans would love to just say, okay, let's just buy our way to a Super Bowl. Well, you can buy all the players you want. You can have every all-star you want on that squad. Doesn't mean that you're going to make it. Just because you brought in the best of the best of the best, you still have to execute. You still have to stay healthy. You still have to have some luck. And you for sure can't have refs all over your ass.
Yeah. And if you were to go back and look at the last 20 years of the teams that scored or that spent the most money in free agency, I guarantee their hit rate to win a Super Bowl is not that high.
Say that again.
So if you took the last 20 years, the teams that spent the most in free agency,
right,
like the Patriots did any of them make a Super Bowl?
We did this before.
Yeah.
There was two.
Yeah.
There was two over the last like 15 years.
So you have a 10% chance, maybe.
Yeah, probably. I mean, I don't have a number in front of me, but yeah. I would say that it's
pretty low.
It's pretty low. I'd say it's probably closer to 3 to 5% chance, depending on how long you're walking it out. But I think we went 15 years. We went back to 2015. I think it was 10 years, 10 seasons. And there was one team, and that was the Rams, that you could even point to that did anything in free agency or throughout the year at the trade deadline, and they won a Super Bowl. But the largest reason why I still believe Matthew Stafford had a lot to do with it, but that team has been drafting with Brad Holmes for 20 years before that, or 15 years before that. That's why. Brad Holmes built that team. And it took them 6, 7, 8 years to build that team. And now look, now they're, in the playoffs every year or just about, and they've been to one Super Bowl, won it, could have went to the Super Bowl this year. So we're right on that fringe. That's where the Lions are at. They're now entering this sixth season where now everything should be coming together for the Lions, I think. 6, 7, 8. You're going to see the Lions in the Super Bowl, I think, twice over the next 4 seasons. And I firmly believe that. I really do. I'm not just saying that. I firmly believe that. But we have to stay healthy. Amon-Ra St. Brown, so to break down his video a little bit, he mentioned right away that there's, a lot of reasons as to why things go the way they go. I don't know if he specifically mentioned health on this video, but he's mentioned it a couple of times. And having the most injuries or having a lot of injuries is key. Like, you can't have them. You can't. You have to be healthy. You have to be healthy at least going into the postseason. So if you can make it to the postseason and you're healthy, that's where you have your best chances. But if you're not healthy, you can suffer some injuries throughout the year, but if those guys come back week 12, 13, 14 and they're able to make a run out of it, then I think health matters the most when you're in the postseason. I really do. I think it's less about the talent at that point. It's more about, do you have the right guys on the field? And right now, the New England Patriots and the Seattle Seahawks, they have the right guys on the field. Let's go through the injury report real quick. This was Thursday's injury report. Nick Emanawari, the safety that I wanted the Lions to get last season, is in fact going to play. He was limited as a DNP, or listed as a DNP, but he has said that he's going to play. Limited participants were tackle Charles Cross, fullback Robbie Outs with a foot and a neck. Full participants, everybody else. New England Patriots.
When's the last time you saw a Detroit Lions injury report for a week where we had 2 guys not practice and everyone else was good?
Well, not only that. Okay, I should have went to this direction.
All the way back to week 1? We don't.
I should have went to this direction with it. If you look at their depth chart right now, the only players for the Seattle Seahawks that are out and on IR, Zach Charbonnet, Cody White, Torrey Horton, Bryce Cabelladou, and Kenny McIntosh, and Amari Knight. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 players that are 3rd and 4th string that never see the field other than special teams.
Charbonnet's he was a good running back.
Yep, Charbonnet is one that was
he's their number 2
50-50 guy with Kenneth Walker, and then Torrey Horton, who is the 6th wide receiver on that team. So only one out of those guys actually has plenty of playing time.
Yeah, 1 starter.
So
that's nuts.
But for comparison,
could you imagine a Lions team making it to the Super Bowl with 1 starter on IR?
I hope it happens in 2026.
Whatever they're putting in the water out there in Seattle, I want some of that in Detroit.
Maybe they're not by a substation.
Yeah, we need to bottle that water from Seattle and bring it to Detroit.
I don't know. It's pretty grimy out there in Seattle.
Or the milk or something. I don't know. Whatever they're doing it right.
I spent a lot of time in Seattle when I was young, 18, 19 years old. I went out there and worked right before college, but I went out there and worked in the kitchen. Seattle's like the hottest spot for food. I wanted to learn what they were doing, and I loved it, man. I worked my ass off, but I loved it. If you look at the Lions, just, based on what we ended with this year, and this list is not totally correct. It does not tell the full story. Ezekiel Turner, Terrion Arnold, Brian Branch, Ennis Rakestraw, Dan Jackson, Kirby Joseph, Zach Cunningham. That's 7 already just on the defense. Ahmed Hassanin, that's 8. Levi Onwuzurike, that's 9. Josh Paschal, that's 10. Just on the defensive side of the football alone. And then if you go to the offensive side of the football, Giovanni Manu, Kobe Sorsdahl, again, those players don't matter as much. So yeah, you're looking at least 12 players that ended the season on IR. Does not tell the full picture of what happened throughout the season. So we have 12, and a lot of them were starters. Terrion Arnold, Brian Branch, Kirby Joseph. That's huge. That's huge. You can't be missing players like that. You can't miss 3 out of 4 starting DBs.
Yeah.
And right now the Seattle Seahawks are not. On the other side of the ball for the Patriots.
How are they looking?
Let's see here.
I bet you they're healthy too.
Probably. Let's take a look. Did not participate. Nobody. Well, actually, Robert Spillane, ankle. Not so sure if he's going to be in or not. I have not heard any reports, but I can't imagine that he's going to miss this game. Limited participants, Harold Landry and Thayer Munford. Everybody else, full participant. So that's it. One guy on DNP. Very similar to the Seattle Seahawks. One guy that is most likely going to play. And then if you look at the Patriots' overall record or overall depth chart for the season, they ended the season with Antonio Gibson, Terrell Jennings, Yasir Durant, Brock Lamp. Who's that? That's 4 on offense. Joshua Farmer, I don't know why he's listed as an IR when on here he's listed as a full participant. So that's not accurate. He's
been on IR and then came back.
Right. So he might have ended the season that way, but he's in. So Eric Gregory, Jacqueline Raw, and Isaiah Aiton. That's it. Oh, I'm sorry, Marcellus Dial Jr., whoever that is.
I've never heard of any of these names.
Well, Jacqueline Raw was a pretty good defensive tackle coming out of LSU, I believe, in 2023. Joshua Farmer is a name that I was floating to everybody. I believe it was last year's draft. He ranked like 2nd in my TAPS report. 2nd. Dude is crazy athletic. I think the Lions brought him in, honestly. But he was someone I wanted the Lions to try to pick up in that draft, and they didn't, obviously. So both teams very healthy. Very, very, very healthy going into this game. So what are the biggest storylines for the game? We'll go through some of the insights today, but I want to go through some questions and kind of get some of these rocking and rolling this morning so we keep everybody involved. I have a hot take this morning.
Sure.
Will Campbell was one of the worst rated tackles in my book last year. I thought he projected better as a guard. He's playing left tackle. And even though he's had a decent season, I wonder what his PFF grades are. Even though he's had a decent season, I still don't believe he is the answer at left tackle. I know a lot of you probably say, well, come on, dude. Like, the dude's in the Super Bowl, Will. I mean, come on.
What school did he go to?
I have no idea. I don't remember now.
Oh, I was wondering if it was a Michigan kid.
No. You're asking me to remember something that I slept a few times on. So, I mean, his overall season is not terrible. He's like the 32nd ranked tackle in the league. And he was a top 10 pick in this year's draft. Well, you better be a top 32. As high as he was drafted and as much as people were talking about him at 6'6", 323 pounds, the issue was this. He's got these short little arms. And if you're playing him right this weekend, Seattle, which I think they will. What I've watched out of Will Campbell and what I watched during my draft workup when I did film is he gets beat with speed. Speed on the outside, he cannot contain. And then if you leverage a power rush at him, he can't contain that either. If you run somebody at him that has longer arms, so if you have a, matter of fact, I should look at some measurements of some of the Seattle Seahawks depth chart. If you run a longer edge at him, someone that has good wingspan, longer arms, who would that be? Byron Murphy, let's see, DeMarcus Lawrence, Derek Hall. Let's look at DeMarcus Lawrence. Let me finish my take. If you were to run a longer edge at him, he's going to get destroyed in this game. So my hot take on this Friday before the Super Bowl about Will Campbell is this. He's going to get played for a fool in this game. He's going to get thrashed. You watch. That's my hot take for the New England Patriots left tackle, Will Campbell. He's going to get thrashed. He's going to live up to the billing that I thought that he was. Now, he's had a good season. But this is a different defense here that Seattle's going to bring. They got some speed. They have some length. What do you think about Will Campbell? What do you think about the New England Patriots offensive line? If you have anything, otherwise I will go to I'll go to the questions.
I don't really know much about Will Campbell, so let's go to these questions.
So arm length for DeMarcus Lawrence, 33 3/4 inch. So he's damn near 34 inches, but he has 11-inch mitts, 11-inch hands. So that adds an extra inch and a half, at least just in hand size over the average guy. Will Campbell has small hands too, I think, if I remember correctly. And he's 6'3". I'm expecting DeMarcus Lawrence to get in on this guy, get long on him, and then abuse him. Derek Hall. Arm length, 34 1/2 inch. 6'2 3/4. 10-inch hands. I think he has an 85-inch wingspan. So that would mean he would have an elite ape index over his 6'2 3/4 inch frame with 34 1/2 inch arms. He's going to thrash Will Campbell. Absolutely. Now his 10-yard split at 1.59 seconds is pretty good. It's damn near elite, but it's pretty damn good. That's my storyline for this weekend, is that Drake May is going to be under attack, and they're not going to be able to contain that left side of that offensive line. We'll see where it goes. I could be totally wrong, but if he finishes out to be what I thought he was, that's what will happen. All right, I got a lot of questions here, and you have a lot of questions.
Yeah, I got a little Super Bowl bingo. I'm going to see if we're right or if we're wrong. And then on Monday, we can go back over these 15 questions and see if we got any of them right.
All right. Well, let's do this too. So my questions, you can go, every other if you want. Okay. That way I can try to give you an answer, because some of these are going to be pretty hard to answer if I didn't really give you any time to prep it.
Yeah.
So, and they're kind of longer answers, if you will. First question is this. Pretty easy one. Which team has the better head coach?
That's pretty tough. Vrabel's been at it a while. He's had success. He's had failures. McDonald, he seems to be on a trajectory kind of like Dan Campbell, where his first season wasn't so great. His second season was better. Now in his he's in his third season now? He's doing pretty darn good. He was smart enough to get rid of Geno Smith and bring in Sam Darnold. I'm going to go with McDonald, even though Vrabel got Coach of the Year.
Well, I think that's where I'm going to be different on this one. I think that Vrabel is definitely the better coach here. He inherited a team that was an absolute mess, and for 3 years he has led it. For 3 years, this team, I mean, they couldn't do anything, right? They couldn't. They looked terrible. But he has led this team now to a Super Bowl in his first year. And this is his fourth appearance overall as player and coach. He will be He will be the first coach as player and coach to win a Super Bowl with the same team.
But why couldn't he do anything with the Titans?
I don't know. I think that you'd have to look at. I think you'd have to look at each team objectively and say, okay, did the Tennessee Titans allow him to get who he wanted to get? Who was making the decisions as the GM? You see, in New England, there is no GM. There's never been a GM. It's been Robert Kraft and Bill Belichick. There's never been a GM. So it's either been Robert Kraft and, what's the other guy's name? Nico or something like that? Their president or assistant president or whomever. If it's not Robert Kraft making the decisions, there's someone underneath Robert that is above the head coach that is the acting GM, if you will, but they've never had a GM.
Yeah.
At least in the last 20 some odd years that I've watched football, they've never had a GM. So I think that you have to look at that. Who was the GM in Tennessee? What type of decisions were they making? And the owner, was the owner willing to spend money? It's not that these teams don't have money to spend, because they do. I think what fans get lost in, I myself included before I started doing this and really doing a lot more research, is that, and it was a rule change this year too, you have to put so much money into an escrow account. So for every guaranteed contract that you write, that guaranteed amount of money has to go into escrow. If you have $500 million right now sitting on your books of guaranteed money, that has to be in escrow. That means that team owner has to have that money available, liquid, in escrow. Not every team has that. Even though these are billion-dollar organizations, not everyone has $500 million just in liquid cash sitting around. So I think that you have to look at it from that lens too, that not every team operates the same. Not every team has the same kind of money. Robert Kraft is filthy rich. Dude doesn't have to worry about anything. So they spent some money this year. $209 million just in guaranteed contracts alone went out in 2025. That is a boatload. It might even be a new record. Next question.
Oh, we're going to start with mine?
Well, yeah, you're going to flip-flop.
Okay,
you can ask mine. You can go to mine. We'll flip-flop each one.
Okay. Yeah, we'll go through yours. There we go. That works. Get back up there. All right. So which team has the better quarterback? For me, I'm going to say it's
I got to answer, don't I? I get to answer?
Oh, okay.
You're asking the question. I got to answer it, right?
All right. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, there we go. I don't know who or what you're going to say, but I think it's pretty simple for me. Sam Darnold is the better quarterback. He's avoided turning the ball over via an interception or a strip sack or a fumble across 21 pressures faced in the 2 preseason games so far. He is also the highest graded. He was the highest graded quarterback and had the highest passer rating of any quarterback in the postseason this year. And he's on a 2-year tear of winning back-to-back. Well, I shouldn't say back-to-back. He won 13 games last year, 14 games this year in the regular season. Sam Darnold is operating right now as one of the most elite quarterbacks in the league, and I don't think it's even close.
I'm with you there. Sam Darnold has won more games in 2 seasons than any quarterback ever in the NFL. Sam Darnold. Pretty simple on this one. Hey, where'd Will go? Yeah, for me, it's Sam Darnold. He's no longer seeing ghosts after the Detroit game, so he's pretty good. I'm going to go with Sam all day and twice on Sunday. So you might be able to know who I'm going to pick for this game.
You go with Sam Darnold too?
Oh, yes. He's won more games in the last 2 seasons than any 2 seasons for any quarterback ever.
Give me 1 sec.
No season, no quarterbacks put together 28 wins in 2 seasons, and he did it.
Okay. I mean, I don't think it's close. Really, I don't. I mean, we've got to give Drake May a little bit of love here. I mean, that kid is playing lights out. He's recorded the third most scramble rushing yards this season with 423, but was especially effective when tucking to run on early downs. On first and second down scramble rushes, May led the NFL with 46 carries, 330 yards, and 16 first downs, tied for the most with Patrick Mahomes. His scramble run rate of 10.7% on early downs was actually higher than his 9.1% rate on third down, making him one of the 14 qualified quarterbacks to take off and run more often on first and second down than on third down. And this is also another reason why I believe Will Campbell has had a better season. Just like another player that won a certain award last night, who has a quarterback that runs around like crazy, who's not a very good quarterback. Drake May is a good quarterback. But when you're running around and you're making your offensive line look good, well, what's going to happen when you can't run around? What's going to happen to that offensive line? And I think that that's the issue. Is Will Campbell has been made to look better than what he is because Drake May's bailing him out. Let me ask you this. Why would Drake May have to run and scramble so much? See what I'm saying? Why is he running around and scrambling so much if that offensive line is that good?
Yeah. I've heard
It's not.
comparisons of Drake May as being the next Josh Allen.
Oh, yeah,
'Cause
for
he can,
sure.
Because of his body type and the way he throws the ball and runs around and gets first downs and all that kind of stuff. So I could only imagine if the Detroit Lions would have drafted Drake May, how happy all of these fans would be that want to get rid of Jared Goff.
All right, so make sure in the chat, if you guys haven't already, do me a huge favor and like, share, and subscribe to the channel. And then participate with the questions. Tell us your answers in the chat and the questions later. What are your answers to these questions? We're trying to get you guys involved into the Super Bowl weekend, even though we're not involved as Lions fans, or most of us that are in here are Lions fans. There's some fakers. I just found out.
There's a Viking fan in here, and he says Darnold is going to fold like a sheik's tent in the middle of the night.
Yeah, you hope he does. You hope he does. I don't think so.
Yeah, and he went on to say stuff about, he always chokes so bad versus us for the number 1 seed. Choker's going to choke.
I don't know, man. I don't think he's choking this time. I think
Me neither. I think he's over it.
I think he has all the confidence in the world. What he did in Minnesota, there was more to that than I think what fans are letting on to be. He was amazing. And just so you know, I called it for him last year. I told everyone that Sam Darnold was going to have a great year in Minnesota. And I even doubled back this year, and I said he was going to have a great year in Seattle. I didn't know he was going to go to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
But damn, is he playing well. Which he's part of this next question. Potentially. Depends how you think about it. Listen closely. Which player is going to be the runner-up to the MVP? Make sure you listen closely.
Yep.
Runner-up. So you've got the MVP. Who's number 2?
Kenneth Walker.
Okay. Do you think Kenneth Walker's going to have a big game?
Yes.
Interesting.
I think he scores multiple touchdowns on the ground.
So that means you're taking Seattle to win this
Maybe.
Super Bowl. Well, you'd have to if you're taking Kenneth Walker.
Maybe.
Well, I mean, you can't take Kenneth Walker. The winning team only gets the votes for MVP.
Yeah, but I'm not going to tell you my score just quite yet.
Okay. All right. To me, it's Sam Darnold.
Ooh. You think Jackson Smith and Jigba is going to get the...
I do.
Really?
I do. I think it's going to be I do. I think that it's going to be Jackson all day.
Wow.
So runner up. Yeah, look, I think that Sam has had an incredible season. But man, JSN has had an amazing season, right? And without JSN, there is no Sam. Without Kenneth Walker, there's no Sam. They've got an amazing set of players on that squad. All right, go to the fourth question here.
Yeah. So which team has the better running back?
This one's easy. Is it? Is it easy?
I think it is. It's
Hold on
2
here.
versus 1.
Well, hold on here.
Because if you look at the Seattle Seahawks, they have Kenneth Walker and some guy, George Holani, I've never heard of. And then when you go to New England, though, their running backs, you got Ramondre Stevenson and Trayvon Henderson, the rookie.
Yeah, and so you've got a two-headed monster over there too in New England, even though they're less utilized. And I think a lot of that is because Drake May is running around for like 400 some odd yards this year. He's taken some of that. He's taken some of the yards away from those guys. But Trayvon Henderson's an amazing. He's going to be an amazing running back.
Yep.
He already is. But by far, Kenneth Walker is the better running back here by far.
Yeah, and then if you factor Zach Charbonnet back in, I would take that backfield over the Patriots backfield any day. At least for now.
Oh, for sure. That is one of the better duos in the league. I think if you have Sonic and Knuckles, I would say that Charbonnet and Walker are probably number 2.
Yeah, very, very similar.
A lot of teams that are playing at a high level right now, they have an elite group of running backs. All right, so the next team, this one's pretty easy, I think.
Yeah.
Which team has the better pass catchers? And it's plural. It's not singular. It's plural.
Jackson Smith and Jigba. That's all you need to know.
Probably right there. You're probably right there.
New England has Kyle Williams, Jalen Hurd, Mac Hollins, Demario Douglas, Stephon Diggs, Elton Chisholm, and Kayshawn Booty. Now, Booty, Stephon Diggs, and Mac Hollins, that's probably their top 3. Okay. But then you go over and look at the Seahawks. They have Derek Young, Jackson Smith and Jigba, who just got Offensive Player of the Year or what did he get? He got one of the awards. And then you got Rashid Shaheed. Oh man, can that guy return some kicks? And then you got Cooper Kupp, Jake Bobo. I as a whole, and as just Jackson Smith and Jigba, you even take him out, I'll still take the Seattle Seahawks roster over the Patriots roster.
This shouldn't be as tough for me as what I'm probably making it out to be. But New England, they kind of have this little war chest going on there of veterans and some youth. They were tied for the fewest drops in the NFL this year, but JSN is likely the best individual receiver. I will say that. He is the best individual receiver. New England's depth, though, when you start to consider Diggs, Hunter Henry, Kayshawn Boot, maybe they're a little bit more reliable because they don't have as many drops. But I think I have to go with the veteran Moxie and the JSN Offensive Player of the Year, Cooper Kupp. Both of those two. I mean, you've got a Triple Crown winner in Kupp. The dude is super reliable. You have Rashid Shaheed, who is lightning fast. He's put up very few reception yards this year, but here, let me see if I can look at his. Let me see if I can look at his overall. Reception yards. Where's he at? $188 on the season. That's all he has. But he's a guy that's lightning quick. If you get him the ball out in space, he's going to take it to the house. If I'm not mistaken, he's their punt and kick returner, right?
Shaheed, yes.
Yeah. That's where he does his damage, man. He puts these guys in a position to win. But I'm going with the Seahawks. Absolutely JSN, Cooper Kupp, Rashid Shaheed, even though Shaheed doesn't do a whole lot. You have to look at Kenneth Walker as a receiver as well, even though he's only pulled in what? How many yards did he have this year? 282? That's not bad, but you have to look at him as a receiver too. He could do some damage. Seattle Seahawks. All right, what's next?
All right. Which team has the better offensive line?
Interesting.
And I'm going to put this two ways. Which team has the better offensive line in the playoffs or the regular season?
Well, I don't know if I could answer that wholeheartedly without going in and maybe I can answer it. But
I looked at it a little bit, so that's why I asked that question.
Yeah, let me give you the.
I think one was better in the regular season, and I think one was better in the playoffs.
I think without a doubt, I'm going to have to go with the homegrown unit of Seattle. Charles Cross, Gray Zabel. I think it's the gold standard for development. It's exactly what you want to do. You want to be able to bring guys in, draft, develop, right, repay them, and keep them. I think that they are statistically superior in run blocking, and whereas the Patriots' left side featuring the two rookies is, in my opinion, a massive liability going into this game this weekend, it could lead to man overboard disaster waiting to happen with Will Campbell. So I think it's Seattle, homegrown, Charles Cross, Gray Zabel holding it down. To answer the second part of that question, I'd have to look at some stats at who's actually been better in the postseason, but I'll let you enlighten us with that.
Okay, so the Patriots during the regular season had the number 3 ranked offense, and they were putting up 379 yards per game. And the Seahawks were number 7 with 351 yards of offense per game. And then in the playoffs, it's kind of swapped, where the Seahawks are putting up 338 and the Patriots are putting up 278. So the Patriots in the playoffs are putting up 100 yards less than they were in the regular season, where the Seahawks are basically putting up the same. They haven't really changed. So to me, I think that the Seahawks have the better offensive line because they're staying steady throughout the playoffs. They're not having any kind of regression. They're not winning games 10-7. They're winning their games 35-28 or however they were doing it all season long. They're continuing to score points throughout the playoffs. So that's where I'm going to put it on the offensive line of the Seahawks for me. All right. And then which team has the better front 7?
That was my question to you because you're up next. So which team has the better front 7? We're talking about defense there.
Oh, yeah. I went backwards, didn't I?
Yep. It's all good.
I'm not familiar with the Patriots front 7 at all, so I'm going to have to say it's the Seahawks once again. And I'm not very prepared on that one.
All right. I was just trying to look something up on the offensive line. I'll have it here in just a second. Offense are the front 7 for which one's better, right? That was the question.
Yeah.
Which team has a better front 7? Again, I'm gonna have to go Seattle here. I think their depth is probably the key to this whole thing. Seattle has 4 different players with 7+ sacks this season. Not that sacks are everything, but I think when you look at a team that can bring some pressure, that's the team that's going to be able to do it. Like again, I think they're going to completely thrash that the 2 rookies on the left side of that offensive line. Their front has not allowed a 100-yard rusher in 28 consecutive games. Wow. I mean that's what the Lions were doing. Remember, we were going like we were better than that.
Yeah.
We were better than 28 consecutive games, and then this year it just all went to shit. But even against elite talent running backs like Christian McCaffrey, they didn't let up a 100-yard rusher. So I think it is. Yeah, it's 10-1, man. Seattle has the better defensive line here, 100%. Next question to you, and then back to me, is which team has the better secondary?
Well, I am going to go just like I did with the offense. I'm going to kind of go regular season and then in the playoffs. So during the regular season, the Seahawks ranked number 6, giving up 285 yards per game. And then the Patriots were number 8 with 295 yards per game. But now you get to the playoffs and the Patriots, they're only giving up 209 yards per game, where the Seahawks are giving up 357 per game. So for right now, I'm going to have to go with the Patriots on this secondary.
Okay.
Just how they're playing in the playoffs.
I'm glad you went there because I'm going the other direction. Now, I think that this is interesting that we're looking at two of the best corners to come out in the 2023 draft. This was a draft where I wanted Devon Witherspoon to land in Detroit. And I even mentioned this. It was a truck episode when I said that, if the Lions get surprised here and if Bijan Robinson was taken before pick 6 or if Devon Witherspoon was gone, right, that the Lions were going to trade back to 12 with the Arizona Cardinals. They were going to pick up Jahmyr Gibbs. Still love the pick. Wouldn't trade it for anything. But Devon Witherspoon was the guy. And I have a feeling, a sneaking suspicion, that had Devon Witherspoon been there at 6, the Lions would have picked at 6. And maybe they would have sold the farm to come back up and somehow still snag Jahmyr Gibbs. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe they wouldn't have at that point. But Devon Witherspoon is the guy. He's the guy that when I first started doing this, I said in December of 2022, I believe, that he was the 10th rated DB. He was mocked somewhere between the 3rd and 4th round. And I put my foot in the ground and I said he will be the number 1 DB drafted in 2023. And he was. While Seattle has Christian Gonzalez, who was then taken, I think, 10 picks later in the same draft, he's elite. Gonzalez is absolutely elite. Seattle has Devon Witherspoon, and he's the highest graded corner out of this matchup for sure. Seattle's secondary is also the league's best on 3rd down. And I know where you're going. You're looking at passing yards per game. I'm looking at what are they doing on the passing downs? How can they escape and get off the field and give their offense another shot? And I think if you look at Matthew Stafford, the game against Matthew Stafford, he was 0 for 6 in situational passing. And to me, that sums it up. I'm going heavy Seattle. I think Seattle is far and away the better team. All the way around. I mean, every team has their weaknesses. Maybe it's on special teams for Seattle. I don't know. But and special teams is next, by the way. But this is clear to me. It's Devon Witherspoon and Seattle Seahawks. Next question is, which team has the better special teams?
Oh, we don't even need to dig into this one. Rashid Shaheed. That's all you need to know. That guy's electric. Oh, God. What a kick and punt returner. And they traded for him from the Saints, got him for nothing. And, oh, my God, the guy's just been electric.
His stats this year, let me just take a quick peek.
I think he's the only returner to return a kick return for a touchdown or a punt return for a touchdown.
He had a kickoff return this year and a punt.
Yeah. One of them, he's the only one to do it this year.
Probably the combined. And wasn't it the same game?
Might have been.
I think it was. I think it was like a crazy ass game. But anyway, in 2025, he has only played in 9 games for 13 attempts, 210 punt return yards, 1 touchdown. In kickoffs, 14 attempts, 418 yards returned, 1 TD. His long, 100 yards. His long in the punt, 58 yards. 100-yard return. It's craziness. But he is definitely electric. I guess I would probably lean the same direction. But let me see what my notes tell us. Which team has the better special teams? It is Seattle, anchored by Rashid Shaheed, just like Eric said. One of the league's most dangerous returners, Seattle's unit is ranked 7th overall in the NFL this season. Last but not least, what's the final question?
Which team has the better play calling?
Ooh, this is where I'm going to pivot, Eric. I've gone Seattle almost on everything here. And I think that this is where I have to pivot. New England, Josh McDaniels. In his 3rd stint with the team, McDaniels has New England performing at an elite level. I think that McDaniels is probably one of the best, if not the best, play callers in the league right now. until Drew Petzing gets his claws in on Amon-Ra St. Brown and Jamison Williams and hopefully David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs. But what he is doing on third down in the red zone is simply incredible. His ability to design these intermediate route concepts for Drake May has defined what the Patriots have been able to do, not only with their offensive resurgence, but what they're able to do late in games when they need points. Those third downs are critical. If we could just extract those third downs away from Josh McDaniels and the Patriots and somehow land that in Detroit, we're a much different team this year. Much different team this year. But this one's easy for me, man. It's Josh McDaniels and the Patriots.
All right. I'm going to go to the same. Josh McDaniels. I don't even know who the play caller for the Seattle Seahawks is. And McDaniels, he's been at it forever. So I'll go McDaniels.
Kubiak, right? Isn't it Kubiak?
Oh, yeah. He's the one that's taken the Raiders job after the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, dude's been exceptional. I mean, I can't say that he hasn't, but you could probably really say that this is a tie. I mean, this dude, Kubiak, he was making $17,000 as an oil field worker or something like that. I found this article on him from The Athletic, and here, I'll just read it. Football coach or oil field worker is the question. You might be surprised to know that Clint Kubiak chose the latter line of work soon after starting out on his own. The son of a former Houston Texans and Denver Broncos head coach, Gary Kubiak, Clint had initially tried his hand at the family business. He spent 3 seasons in his early 20s as an entry-level assistant on Texas A&M's staff, but it didn't pay the bills. He was making $17,000. Kubiak said, quote, I was recently married and didn't feel like I was contributing much to the relationship. I felt like I had to go make some money, and another year as a GA wasn't going to get it done. Working as an oil field employee wasn't as stimulating, but for $60,000, he thought he'd give it a go. His first job involved inventorying oil pipes along Highway 21 in East Texas, as a task that involved attaching metal bands of varying colors to the appropriate pipe. Dude, give me that job for $60K. You run around in a 2,500 all day with some bands to go lock up on some pipes? You get paid 60 G's for that way back when? That's probably 120 grand today. That's an easy ass job. Wow. Do that with your eyes closed. Anyway, he says, I don't remember a lot about it other than I knew I was out of my element, he said. The truth is he didn't hate it, and he figured he might get back into coaching someday, but was willing, even eager, to take on a new challenge and put some money into the family checking account. And then 2 weeks into his new career, his phone rang. The number on the screen surprised him. It was one of his former A&M receivers, Uzoma whatever, someone whom Kubiak had been particularly hard on. He didn't think that this receiver would ever speak with him again, much less dial his number. The call, however, rerouted Kubiak's path. Here's the quote. He says, I had a great conversation with him, and he said, and he just made me realize I was doing the wrong thing and that I needed to get back into coaching. When I got the call, within 2 hours, I was calling my boss and saying, thanks, but no thanks. A few months later, Kubiak took a quality control job with the Minnesota Vikings and has been working his way up the NFL coaching ladder ever since. On Sunday, he's going to call plays for Sam Darnold and the Seattle Seahawks in the Super Bowl. After that, all signs say that he'll become the next head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders, which we know is true. Position that's obviously going to pay into the millions. What a change of venue and just crazy circumstances. You know, and life is all about taking chances, right? Taking risks. And if you don't take the risks, you may never reap what's coming on the other side. He took some risks. He was young. And 17 grand back then is way different than what it is today. You're talking, how old is he? 38, 39? Anyone know how old Kubiak is? I think he's only 38, 39. So you're talking 20 years ago that this kid's out there, or maybe 18 years ago, he's out there working in as a GA. So he's probably 20 years old, somewhere in that range, 19, 20, 21. And he's making 17 grand a year. Well, 20 years ago, 17 grand a year was probably closer to what 35 grand a year is today. You could almost survive as a single parent or a single person, but probably not as a family. Today, you got to make 100 grand a year just to survive. And that wasn't going to pay him. 60 grand back then was a lot of money. But he gave up $60,000 to go take an unknown opportunity back into the NFL, and here he is coaching in the Super Bowl. It's just nuts. Sometimes you got to take the risks, and you got to reap the rewards with hard work, right?
Yeah. I had a similar thing happen to me back in 2018. My YOOPERLITES business was kind of blowing up, and I was up for a big promotion at work. So I was a boss, but I had opportunity to become like a big boss, and it would have been what I call the golden handcuffs. It would have been a $35 an hour job, and it would have been enough for me to not take the leap of faith and go into doing this rock thing full time. Because in January 2019, I jumped in with both feet, quit my job, and never looked back. So I've done way more than I ever could have done staying with that job. And if I had got that promotion, I would have had the golden handcuffs, and I never would have left that job because it would have been comfortable enough. And then I wouldn't be sitting right here today.
Yeah, you probably still would have done stuff on the side, and it probably would have bridged the gap for you, because even $35 an hour right now is barely, what, $70K, $75K?
Yeah, but here, that's really good money.
Yeah, but for a lot of people, yeah, exactly. But for a lot of people, yeah, that's not enough. It's not even close to being enough. But then I think about all the people that make half that. Yep. And then you've got two earners in a family that are making that combined, and how tough it is in today's environment. It's crazy, man. But you went in with both feet and never looked back, and it's just been an amazing story for you. So you better write that damn book.
Yeah.
It might be a bestseller. You never know.
Yeah, one of these days. I'm very bad at procrastinating because I have this big mental block in front of me. And yesterday I wrote out a list of all the videos I need to make, and then all the things I need to get 3D printed, designed. And I actually called my buddy who's a designer. He's an engineer, and we went over like 14 different designs that I need made up, and I got the ball rolling.
There you go. That's all it takes, man.
Yeah. And he's got another bigger printer, so I can print off stuff that's like 20 inches instead of just 10 inches. It's way bigger, single color, but I can print off boxes and things for my business in one color, which is fine. And so I'm going to get him a little bit of money for doing some design, and I'm going to buy a great big giant 3D printer from him. So things kind of worked out that I actually put my nose to the grindstone yesterday for a little bit, and things seem to be happening once again.
A while ago, I was talking about noise and how to be successful when you live in a world full of noise, right? I do a lot of mental reading, I call it, where I'll read things that are more motivational, but I look at things that have been done before and how people have done it. But to your point, just writing a list. If every day I have this big whiteboard, if every day I were to put just 3 things up there, and I would accomplish those 3 things, and I don't do anything else until I accomplish those 3 things, it's amazing how much more you can get done. The days that I'm not successful, which are many, I don't write anything on my board, because I just get to work, and then by the end of the day, I look around, I'm like, what did I do today?
Yeah.
And I did like 20 things half-ass, and so those aren't good days for me. Have to work off a list. And I know it's crazy, especially when you're younger, people don't think that you need a list, but you need a list. It helps to keep the noise out, man. It really does. Let's listen to Kurt Warner, what he has to say about the Patriots' chances versus the Seattle Seahawks defense.
How about us chopping it up, talking Super Bowl ball with Kurt Warner?
It's kind of cool.
What do you guys got?
Doesn't suck.
You know?
What you guys got? Have you decided yet?
Yeah,
He has.
obviously.
I know
He's
he
got his team.
Here's what I don't understand surrounding the talk around this, and like a lot of chatter about a potential Seahawks blowout, right?
Yeah.
The Patriots were the second highest scoring team in the league this year. You know who was number one? The Rams. And what did the Rams do in 3 games against Seattle?
See,
Put up a lot of points.
that is spoken like a Patriots fan.
Yeah. See that?
You know, like, did you forget about the last 3 weeks in the playoffs? That doesn't really matter. Like,
Did you-
I get it. No,
Kurt, hey, Kurt, here.
See,
you and I are seemingly alone on these playoff games should be played in perfect conditions island, okay?
Yeah.
The Patriots played in a rain, sleet, frozen rainstorm
Right.
against
Awful.
Houston and
Awful.
a second half whiteout in Denver.
awful, no doubt.
What is the quarterback supposed to do in that game? So, yeah, it's going to be
But
ugly.
there were still opportunities there. That's all I say.
Well, he
but,
threw a great pass to Matt Collins.
but I agree with you. They were great in the regular season.
You don't have something called, CB confidential. He's QB confidential. You understand? There's no Chris Brockman
I'm just pointing out that the Patriots' offense has been great all year.
I agree,
And
but-
I don't see a reason why they can't score on the Seahawks defense.
No doubt. But it's so much about when you get into the playoffs, how you're playing right now. What's it been like recently? And that's the thing that I worry about with the Patriots. I agree with you. They were great all year. Big plays all year long. Just haven't seen it in the playoffs. So that to me is why a lot of people are leaning more towards Seattle, because they're going like this, especially offensively, where New England hasn't been going like that. And so that's what people see. But I'm fully with you. They got the capabilities. They got 2 backs. They got some playmakers on the outside. They've been big plays all over the place all year. No question. And their defense has been turning the football over. Defense creating turnovers.
Getting Sam Darnold's kitchen. And
did you pick up? Hold on a second.
quarter.
Did you pick up on that?
Yes.
What happened there, Mike?
Kurt just.
He just went higher register.
Exactly.
Yeah, you have a chance. I mean, you guys got a chance. No, hey,
Trust me.
No, I see it. I can see what you're saying. No, I got it.
Anybody knows they got a chance.
I'm with Chris.
I know they got a chance.
That's
Here's
right.
where I'm with Chris.
I mean, this
People
guy knows
saying
he got a
the
chance.
Patriots haven't played anybody.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
Now
It's
that's
like
ridiculous.
I've seen the Patriots win Super Bowls enough
Right.
that there is not a chance that
Right.
people that are sitting there saying that they're nuts.
But there's only one team that comes into this Super Bowl that has a fan base talking about schedule and weather. The other one is beaten up everybody pretty much that they've done that needed to with regularity.
True.
That's probably why people are leaning towards Seattle in
Yeah,
that regard.
true.
But you're right. You can just you need to go a little higher register.
That's you can. Let's go. I mean, I do not want to.
This guy.
I do not want a game like last year. Let's just get a great football game.
Oh, yeah.
It's
See?
tight in the end. That's what it's all about. I did not want the blowout like last year.
See, and Kurt went ahead and gave you the reasonable aspect of how New England can win, which is better than Tom Brady, right? I mean, he doesn't care.
commit.
He doesn't come. Tom Brady doesn't care who wins. Yeah, what's up? Yeah, ask him what's up with that.
What's up with that?
Here's the thing.
What's the thing? What's the thing?
The grown men in the New England area and in the media there are being so cringe about this. Here it is. Tom Brady is part owner of a team not named the Patriots, okay? He's literally going to and trying to hire a coach for Seattle. So what's he supposed to say? I'm rooting against this guy I'm about to hire?
That's interesting.
Do you think that
he's about to poach Clint Kubiak? So you can't sit here and say I'm rooting against.
I mean, you don't even have to say I'm rooting. Just say I'm cheering for my guys. Like the organization, they were great. Yeah, I'd love to see them win. Like even if you say I'm not. I don't care if Seattle wins. But say something positive about your guys.
Yeah.
Mike Vrabel, your guy. Like I don't think anybody is going to hold it against him because he's hiring Kubiak to go. Yeah, I'm cheering for Vrabes.
Yeah.
Like he's my dude.
Cheering for Vrabes.
Who cares?
Well, more importantly, do you think Kubiak's going to go, well, I'd take that job, but since you didn't pick us.
Yeah, Brady could say, I'm rooting for New England because of 2 things. One, Vrabel, he's my guy, They put a statue of me in front of the stadium. And 2, if New England destroys Seattle, it means I can get Clint Kubiak around the 3rd quarter. I can get him early.
Rich.
You know what I mean? He can enter the transfer portal at halftime.
That's right. There you go. But we care about everything. We
Yeah.
care about what everybody says. I don't know. Just cheer for everybody.
Yeah.
Be excited for everybody.
For everybody.
Yes.
That's what Kurt Warner says.
I'm cheering for my coach. I'm cheering for my guys. I'm cheering for everybody.
Cheer for everybody.
I want everybody to win.
Yes.
Yeah.
See, they're calling the cops on you, man.
That's it.
It's such a bad take. They're calling the police.
Leave Tom Brady alone.
Hey, you made it all the way to the end. Thanks.
All right. So, what did you take out of that?
Tom Brady needs to man up and root for the Patriots. I had that on the sheet today too. Man, all his former teammates are just raking him over the coals because he's not supporting the Patriots. He won't take a winner either way. He's staying 50-50 and impartial because he's a part owner and he works for Fox. So he wants to stay impartial. So I don't know if it has something to do with his job or his ownership that he can't outright openly root for his team. Dude, 15 years as the quarterback for the Patriots?
20, wasn't it?
Something, and a bunch of Super Bowls, and come on. For real. He's rooting for the Patriots. I don't care what anybody says.
Well, I think what you just alluded to is more fact than anything. As an NFL owner, you can't publicly be out there rooting for another team other than your own. Number one.
Yeah.
Number two, as a on-air personality, that probably doesn't matter as much, but then what it does is it invalidates your non-biased views. I think that Tom is handling it correct. I know you disagree, but I think he's handling it correct, where he shouldn't be making any sort of a statement for a winner or a loser in this game. It totally would devalue what he does on air, and then also being an owner. That would look bad. Optics would be very bad. So they can be whining and moaning all they want.
Yeah.
I don't see where it even makes sense for him to open up his mouth, honestly. But
I'm not the only one. When you got Kurt Warner and all these other guys on that show and all the other players and former coaches and everybody else ganging up on Tom Brady, dude, just say you're picking the Patriots.
Yeah. It's just he can't. I wouldn't either if I was in his position. He can't.
Yeah. I get it. I get why he can't.
But yeah, it was 20. I think it was 20 seasons in New England.
Yeah.
It was 2000 to when did he go to Tampa Bay? 2020?
I don't remember.
Yeah, it was. It was 2020. They won the Super Bowl. So the Rams won it the next year. So there had to be 20 seasons, right? It was at least 19, but maybe 20. The years don't always add up to the amount of seasons. All right, what do you want to get into next? We went through all my questions.
Eric's Super Bowl bingo. All
bingo.
Right? So what do I mean by that? We're going to see how many of these we get right, and we're going to add up 1 point for every one of these questions. I got 15 questions.
Oh, boy.
And you're going to get a point for every one you get right, and we're going to see who gets the most points. So if you guys want to write these down at home, get a piece of paper, get a pen, just like I got. I got 15 questions, 15 lines. I got Will over here, me over here. We're going to see who can be Notre Dame for the day, the Swami, and can pick the most of these questions correctly. Okay. So number one, will either quarterback throw an interception in the Super Bowl?
Yes.
Okay. Will's got yes. I'm going to say yes. Question number two.
Well, hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. I feel like I'm being set up. Hold on. I think I just need to write my answers down.
I'm writing them down.
And then we give our answers at the end. That way we can't have the same answers. Or
okay.
You know what I'm saying?
You want me to write all mine down right now?
So I'm gonna write mine down. You're gonna write yours down.
Okay.
Okay. And I'm just gonna go by question one. So keep them in order. Question one was INTs. I'm yes. You're yes.
Okay.
All right. Question two.
Will Chris Collinsworth mention Patrick Mahomes? So I got some funny ones in here. I got some good ones.
Oh, that is a hell yes. He will. You know why? He's when Drake May takes off and runs with the football, he's gonna be like, man, so many times we've watched Patrick Mahomes do that. Yeah. Yes. Sorry, I got to keep my mouth shut. I can't answer these out loud.
All right. And then number 3, will Seattle miss a field goal? And now, and what we'll do is when I'm done asking these questions, then I'll put your answers on my sheet. We'll go back over them and we'll get your answers. Okay. Number 4, will the commentators list Sam Darnold's former teams and draft position?
Repeat that one.
So will they mention, Sam Darnold was drafted number 3 overall and went to the Jets, and then he went to the 49ers, then he went to the Vikings, and now he's with the Seahawks.
So what is the question?
So the question is, will the commentators list Sam Darnold's former teams and draft position?
Will they list his former teams?
Yeah, will they
say
talk about it?
Will they talk about it? Now, do they have to mention all of it or just part of it?
Well, just where he was drafted and how he went from the Jets to the Panthers to the 49ers to the Vikings to them, and what a arc he's had. And
But what if they mention his previous teams, but they don't mention his draft position?
That's fine. Yeah.
So it has to be at least 50% of the question has to be right? So if they mention his former teams, but they don't mention his draft position, then a yes answer would be correct. If they mention his draft position and not his former teams, a yes answer would still be correct.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
All right. And now number 5, will either team have a fumble? All right. Got your answer written down?
No, hold on. See, some of the stuff I got to look at.
Well, we'll go through them and we'll answer them.
Go ahead. So that one's about fumbles, right?
Yep. So number 6, will either team run the tush push at least once?
Okay.
Number 7, will either team go for a 4th down?
Will they go for it on 4th?
Yep. Go for at least 1 4th down. And then will Sam Darnold win the Super Bowl MVP? Is number 8. Number 9, who wins the coin toss?
Okay.
Number 10, will the Seahawks score first?
Will the Seahawks score first?
Yep. Number 11, will either QB throw for 3 or more touchdowns?
Will either QB 3 or more TDs?
Yep. And then number 12, which running back will have the biggest game? And number 13, will the Seahawks listen to beast mode and run the damn ball at the goal line?
Well, so 12 was running back's biggest game. So who will have it?
Yep. Who has the biggest game? And then 13 is, will the Seahawks listen to beast mode and run the damn ball at the goal line?
Okay, what's considered the goal line?
From the 1.
Just from the 1.
Yeah, if they get it down to the 1 yard line, are they going to run it or are they going to pass it?
Okay, so it can't be the 2 yard line. Just the 1.
Just got to be down to the 1.
So the play has to happen on the 1.
Yeah. If it happens. The 1 or inside of the 1. Because if you remember the previous Super Bowl between the Patriots and the Seahawks, they didn't use beast mode. He got them all the way down there, but then they threw the ball and it got intercepted.
Okay, so change the question to, will the Seahawks run the ball from the 1 yard line?
Okay. Perfect.
Because otherwise it can be the goal line could be anything 9 yards and in, because it's goal and goal from 9 yards and in. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I just meant the 1 yard line.
All right, so from the 1 yard line and in.
Okay. And then 14. Will both teams get the lead at some point in the game?
So will the lead change?
Yes.
Change hands. Okay.
All right. And the last one. Who wins the Super Bowl and what is your score prediction?
Does the score matter?
Just see if we can get kind of close to the score.
But as long as you get the winner right, your score doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Your point is on the who wins the Super Bowl.
What's the over under right now?
4.5.
Over under?
The over under I think is 45 points. Let me look. I'll look at see what it's currently at. It's pretty low. Because you got two of the best defenses going at it here in this game.
Go back to question 5.
Okay.
It was about fumbles.
Yep. Will either team have a fumble? So that's both teams. So it doesn't matter which team it is.
See, I kind of like that question if it was more like which team is more likely to have a fumble? And then if a fumble happens, you get it right because
just any fumble.
If anyone fumbles, it could just be anyone. Okay.
So if we start at the top, you were yes on number 1. And let me see. So number 1 was, will either quarterback throw an interception? Number 2 was, will Chris Collinsworth mention Patrick Mahomes? We both say yes. Now, number 3, this is where we start to see who has what. So will the Seattle Seahawks miss a field goal? And I said no.
I have no as well.
All right. So 3 for 3 so far. Number 4, will the commentators list Sam Darnold's former teams and draft position? I have yes.
I also have yes. So number 4, right?
Yep. So number 5, will either team have a fumble? I had yes.
I also had yes, but I'm about ready to change that. And the reason why is, look, I think that if there is a team that is more likely to fumble, it's going to be the Seahawks.
Mm-hmm.
I believe Sam Darnold leads or is tied for the league in fumbles. And I think the Seahawks had a lot of fumbles this year. Something tells me that it's not going to happen, though. I got to go no.
All right, that's the first.
Even though that's why I was trying to separate that question. Like, which team is more likely to fumble? I would say it's the Seahawks.
Okay,
but I'm sticking with no.
All right. Will either team run the tush push at least once?
Hold on. The tush push is different for both those teams.
Jay Cruzen says no on the tush push.
So the tush push is different. So let me just kind of give you my thoughts on this. The Seattle Seahawks and the Patriots both have a version of the tush push.
Yep.
And
I just mean a running back behind the QB pushing him forward.
But it doesn't have to be a running back on the tush push. It could be anybody.
Well, yeah, it's somebody pushing the quarterback.
Right. And each team does it differently. So that's what I'm trying to explain. The Seahawks have a different version. They use, so unlike most teams, they use their quarterback for the sneak. Unlike all the other teams that do that, like the Eagles, right? They use Jalen Hurts for the sneak. Seattle uses AJ Barner. And so it's not going to look like a tush push, even though it is. They use AJ Barner. He'll go under center specifically for the tush push.
Okay. As long as someone gets the ball and is pushed from behind by another player of their team.
Okay. So I'm going to say yes.
Okay.
What do you have?
I have yes.
Okay.
Number 7, will either team go for a 4th down?
Yes.
All right, I had yes as well. We're only one different here so far. Number 8. Will Sam Darnold win Super Bowl MVP?
We say it on 3. Ready? 1, 2, 3. No.
Yes. All right. All right. Number 9. Who wins the coin toss?
Say it on 3. 1, 2, 3. Patriots.
Patriots. Yeah. All right. Number 10. Will the Seahawks score first?
1, 2, 3. No.
Oh, we line up too much. Number 11. Will either QB throw for 3 or more touchdowns?
1, 2, 3. No.
Yes. There's another one we don't agree on. Number 12. Which running back will have the biggest game?
1, 2, 3. Walker.
Yeah. All right. Number 13. Will the Seahawks listen to beast mode and run the ball at the goal line?
So the question is, will he run the ball from the 1 yard line? Will they run the ball?
1 yard
Right. So that we change that, right? To will they run it from the 1 yard line?
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
If they get into that situation, yeah.
Well, it has to be on the 1 or it doesn't count.
Yeah.
Okay. 1, 2, 3. No.
Yes.
They're not going to have a play from the 1 yard line. It's that simple.
All right. 14. Will both teams get the lead at some point in the game? So there's a lead change.
1, 2, 3. Yes.
No. And then who wins the Super Bowl?
1, 2, 3. Seattle.
Seahawks. Yep.
All right. So let's go through these. Hold on. Let's go through these one more time. So let's just go from 1 to 15. What are your answers? Just go no, yes, no, yes, no, yes.
All right. Mine are yes, yes, no, yes, 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 yes. Patriots.
Hold on, you're going too fast. Yes, yes, no. Yes, yes, yes.
Yes, yes. Number 9, Patriots. And then you got no, yes, Walker. Yes, no, Seattle. I like see user Lions fan. He's got all his in there. All right. Now all we need from you Lions fanatic.
So hold on. Here's mine. Mine is yes.
Score prediction.
Yep. Mine is yes. Yes.
I got them all.
No. Yes. No. Yes. Yes. No. Pats. No. No. Walker. No. Yes. Seahawks. So we are the same. So it's 1, 2.
We're different on 5 of them.
3, 4, 5. Is it only 5?
Yep. So 5 of them were different.
Okay. Well, then that leaves it wide open. Now we need a score prediction.
Yep. So my score prediction going to be kind of funky. 27-14, and it hits the under. I'm saying 41 points in the Super Bowl.
Hold on.
And the Patriots get out to a lead, and they never give it back.
I just got to look at something real quick here. You know, it's kind of tough is a lot of these games being played in extremely bad weather. So you really don't know who the Patriots are going to be.
And that's what Kurt Warner wants. He wants all the playoff games to be at a neutral site. So that way.
Yeah. It's something that we've talked about here a couple of times.
It's controlled. Yeah. I just think all the teams need to go to a dome. Listen, when it's nice, open it up like the Colts do. When it's bad, you put the roof up. So you have the best of both worlds.
So I don't think that there's going to be 3 touchdowns thrown because I think that this is going to be a lower scoring game. I think that if either of these quarterbacks has more than 2 touchdowns through the air, I would be surprised. And given the fact that both these teams have a run identity, I do believe that the Patriots may not be able to flex their run game on Seattle at all. And Drake May is going to be the wild card. If Drake May can utilize his scramble ability, I like to call that scramblability, then that changes the dynamic for the run game because then the Seahawks have to kind of change what they're doing. However, on the other side of the coin here for Seattle, I just see them matching up very well everywhere. The answer you had on fumbles, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I had no. What did you have?
I had yes.
So who do you think's going to fumble?
Patriots.
You think it's going to be and I think it would be Seattle. I think that if I'll put this out there, if there is going to be a team that fumbles, I believe that it is Seattle, and I believe it would be Sam Darnold off a blitz, and a blindside blitz. So that'll be my call right now at what time is it? 10:06 a.m. That if Sam Darnold gets blindside blitzed from the backside, that it will cause a fumble. Now, whether they lose it or not, that's a different story. You didn't ask if they would lose the fumble, just if they would fumble.
Yeah.
So it can still be recovered by the same team and still count for you. For me, I'm just taking a no because I hope and I feel that Seattle's going to do a great job protecting Sam Darnold in this game.
So would it surprise you if I told you that right now, 54% of the bets placed on the Super Bowl winner, 54% of the bets are on New England to win the game?
That's kind of odd because what I've watched with or seen with a lot of the experts, the quote unquote experts, right? Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm looking at 7 of them right now. 6 out of 7 are on the Seahawks. So Pete Prisco, Seahawks, Jared Dubin, Seahawks, John Breach, Tyler Sullivan, Dave Richard, Jamie Eisenberg, all Seahawks. Ryan Wilson is the only one picking the Patriots here on CBS Sports.
Yep.
You had what was your score? I'm sorry. What was your score again?
My score is 27-14. But you got to remember, for all those years,
Seahawks.
The Patriots went to the playoffs every year. The Patriots went to the Super Bowl all the time. The Patriots won all these Super Bowls. So they amassed a huge following and fan base. And not just in the New England area, but all across America. I know New England fans here in my small town. So to see that there's so many people betting on the Patriots does not surprise me that their fan base is so confident in their Patriots once again.
You know where this game gets interesting is what are the refs going to do? Because I feel like the refs.
Ooh,
see, I
should have done a penalty over under.
Yeah, because I feel like the refs are, if they're going to let these guys play, then and if the NFL controls the narrative, which I think happens often to a degree, and I think it happens with the refs, if they let them play and they want a high scoring affair, then you'll have a high scoring affair. If they don't let them play and there's too much ticky-tacky stuff being called, then I think it's going to be a close game, and I think it's going to be a boring game, boring Super Bowl. And I think by boring, I mean like less than 4 scores total.
So do you think it's better the refs call pass interference or defensive holding a bunch?
No.
Or do you think it's better if they let them go and then there's no scoring because the DB's getting hold
I think you have to call the egregious penalties that are right there in your face, that you've seen it, it's there. You can't not call it, but the ticky-tacky stuff.
But we've seen it in the Super Bowl where they let it go.
Yeah, the ticky-tacky stuff, I think you got to let go. And I better not see a flag in the last 2 minutes for something that changes the game. Like that'll piss me off. Because we've seen it too many times this season in the playoffs. Flags coming out in the last couple of minutes, totally derailing teams in their future. It just can't happen. You can't let these players play one way and then in the last 2 minutes of the game say, sorry, it's a penalty now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, what we have noticed too, Eric, and I know you're waiting for my score, but what we have noticed too is for a long time I kept saying, what happened to this? What happened to a penalty and the ball was not catchable? And the refs are still calling the penalty even though the pass wasn't catchable. And they were calling pass interference as opposed to defensive holding. And I think that is a critical error that the NFL needs to get right. If the pass is not catchable, and there should be some sort of a guideline. Like if that ball, when it hits the ground, if it is more than 5 yards in front of those the receiver, then that ball's not catchable. If that ball lands, under 5 yards in front of that receiver, it could have been catchable depending on the trajectory. Now, if it's 10 feet up in the air, sailing over the wide receiver's head, and then it drops down, 3 yards in, well, it depends. If it was a deep fade shot, then it could have been catchable.
Do you think that making pass interference instead of a spot foul make it somewhere between a 5 and 15-yard penalty?
That's what I've been saying this whole time. I think that offensive and defensive pass interference need to be the same penalty both ways.
Equal, yeah.
They should be equal. And I know that's kind of difficult when you think about it, but I'm sorry, too often, too many times, you throw a ball 50 yards downfield and then you get this crazy penalty for pass interference, and now you're on the 25. It's like, come on. That's BS.
If the offensive guy does it?
So if it's offensive pass interference, it becomes a first down, and I believe it is a 10-yard penalty.
It's a loss of down and a 10-yard penalty.
Right. And then on defense, it's spot foul and loss of down. Or no, I'm sorry. If it happens on offense, it is on through 1 through 3 downs. If it happens on offense, it is loss of down and 10 yards, right?
Yeah.
Defense, it is spot foul and first down.
Yeah. Should be first down and 10 yards. That's what I think. But then you're going to have defenses that anytime it's deep, they're going to do pass interference every time. That's people's argument against not having spot fouls. I think it would be much better if it was not a spot foul.
Okay, then make it 50% of the spot. No less than, I would do it this way then. It's no less than a 10-yard walk up. So you get a first down. I mean, getting a new first down is critical as it is, right? You don't want to give a team a first down. If it's 3rd and long, you don't want to give them a first down. If it's 4th and long, they're not just going to go commit pass interference just because you're giving them a first down again. So I don't agree with that argument, but then maybe you say, okay, on defense, if you commit defensive pass interference, that it is 50% of the spot, no less than 10 yards. Does that make sense? So if it's a 50-yard penalty, it would be a 20. If it's a 50-yard bomb and the penalty is committed 50 yards downfield from the line of scrimmage, that it is a 25-yard penalty. That way they're not all the way up on the other side of the field. But if it happens 15 yards downfield, it's a 10-yard walk up because 50% of 15 is 7.5, right? So it'd be a 10-yard walk up and a first down. I think that's the way it should be handled. No more of these spot fouls. Make it 50% a spot, no less than 10. Loss of down or first down, depending on whatever the case is. And then for offense, it's always been loss of down in 10 yards.
Yeah.
And I think that's always been a fair call. I don't like some of the calls, but anyway, here's what I'm doing on my score. I'm going to go 24 for the Seahawks, and this is where are the refs going to play, or they're not going to let them play. If they're going to let them play, I think that this game is going to be decided by 3 points. What's the margin on this game?
45.5 and a 4.5 point spread.
Who's 4.5?
Seahawks giving up 4.5 points. So the Seahawks are favored by 4.5.
Yeah, and I think that if we've learned enough from betting in Vegas that everyone's going to be taking, or a lot of people are going to be taking Seattle on the points, they're going to make this a 3-point game.
Yeah, if it's a 3-point game, everybody loses.
Exactly. So 24-21 is my call. Seattle Seahawks.
I like that. Yeah. And I got 27-14, which isn't too far different, but I just think the Seahawks are going to dominate this game. I don't see how the Patriots are going to even make it close.
Wow. What else did I have on my sheet? Yeah, I mean, good conversations, right? When we get into these just raw conversations of whatever, and I do like, the questions. That's why I think, during this offseason, it's going to be great to have some of these, like the bingo game, I think is a good one.
Yeah. I could clean it up a bit more, and get you my questions the night before.
Yeah, no, they were probably there. I just didn't look.
So there's something that happened yesterday that didn't get a whole lot of attention, and it's my top thing. Oh no, it's not my top.
Well,
thing.
we didn't go through the awards.
Yeah, but I think before we go to the awards, we should go to this. The Lions, they now have a tight ends coach.
Oh yeah.
So the Detroit Lions have made a change to their coaching staff under new offensive coordinator Drew Petzing this week, but not the change that most likely expected to happen. Per NFL Tom Pelissero, he reported on Thursday, the Lions are promoting Steve Oliver to tight ends coach. Oliver spent the past 5 seasons with the Detroit Lions. He served as an assistant offensive line coach from 2023 to 2025. Oliver received a promotion to tight ends coach over Lions assistant tight ends coach Seth Ryan. And Oliver is replacing Tyler Roll, who was Detroit's tight ends coach in 2025. Roll departed this offseason to become Iowa State's new offensive coordinator. So that's pretty cool. So we have Steve Oliver is now our tight ends coach. Not a super major one, but not one I saw coming.
All right, sorry about that.
It's all right.
Yeah, Drew Petzing upgraded who again? I've already forgot the name.
Steve Oliver.
That's right, Steve Oliver. He was one that I think some of the fans are talking about becoming an OC at some point, and I don't know about all that, but I like that he is keeping an internal guy. Clearly, he's been having some good conversation, and probably, as Amon-Ra St. Brown has stated, had a lot more conversation with Jared Goff. I think that when you get in and you really start to understand who's on your staff, and you have to take into consideration what others say. I think this is good for the Lions that you've got someone in-house that knows what works well for these guys. You've got a guy, that has been around Sam Laporta now for a few seasons, and I think it's important to keep that there. I think it was the right move. I think it was a good move. That should be the last bit of coaching changes that we should have unless we bring more coaches in. I still think that the Lions are down. I don't think that they have enough. I think that they need more. When you look around the league, there's some teams out there that have tons of coaches and quantitative coaches, quants, math majors, statisticians. The Lions have a couple, but they don't have nearly as many as some of the other teams do, where they get in and they really base, how they're going to do games on stats and analytics, which would be like fourth down calls. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
A couple of things here for this game. Sam Darnold versus the Patriots pressure. So Sam has struggled against heat for years. We know that. The Lions brought the heat week 18 of 2024. It's a trend that continued even this season during the regular season. He threw for more interceptions when facing pressure. That was not a question on the bingo game, was it? Interceptions.
I thought it was. I said, will either one have an interception?
Was it?
That's question number 1. Will either quarterback throw an interception?
Oh, okay. I must. Yeah. All right. So something that might have changed in the postseason is when pressured in the last 2 games versus the 49ers and the Rams, he had 4 touchdowns and 0 picks. So Sam has elevated his game in the postseason. He's just seeing the field. He's more comfortable. Overall, he has 0 turnovers in the postseason compared to his previous 2 playoff losses with Minnesota, or last year's playoff loss with Minnesota. He had 2 against, who did they play last year? The Vikings play last year.
Us?
No.
In the playoffs? The Rams.
Was it the Rams?
Yeah, Rams destroyed
So he had 2 last year. So now he gets a Patriots defense that has pressured quarterbacks 52% of the time. More than any other playoff team. But I would say that when you stack up the pressure that the Patriots are going to bring versus the offensive line that the Seahawks have, they could neutralize each other. I think Sam's going to have to get the ball out fast. And it's, that's the other thing we haven't talked about. Carlton Davis. He's played great this year. But is he going to be a liability on JSN? Might be.
He had 2 interceptions in their last playoff game.
Was that a big blunder of Brad Holmes not retaining?
So far, it's looking that way. DJ Reed. He's just not. He's not up to what we were getting out of Carlton Davis and what Carlton Davis put on the field this year. But I think it's due to injury. But I think Carlton Davis was the lankier, longer, taller DB compared to DJ Reed, who is shorter, smaller, faster.
Mm-hmm.
So far, I think it is a blunder.
That's why I'm not even batting an eye that we may draft a corner or safety. Yesterday, I went deep off into, really deep into Emmanuel Warren. And probably way too much. I put way too much into this. I'll post it into the chat. If you guys sign up for DetroitFootballJournal.com right now, it's free. And you also get a free upgrade membership for 6 months. I'm going to keep it rolling through at least the Super Bowl, or at least February. I think the Lions need to do something here. I do. I guess kind of shifting gears a little bit. I think that they do need to do something in the secondary. It's a must that you can't walk into this year with any questions, any shadow of a doubt over Kirby Joseph. Like, based on what we've heard this week, if that becomes factual and Kirby's days are limited, he's on the shelf. He's elf on the shelf right now. And you need to leave him there. And you need to bring somebody else in. And if it works out that Kirby can play, great. Let him play. But you can't put all those eggs in this season's basket that Kirby Joseph is going to be the answer. And it's not hate. It's not that I don't like Kirby, right? It's a fact that you can't go through a season with a guy that doesn't have a knee. And if Brad puts all those eggs in that basket, then I'm going to have a problem with what Brad's doing. This is the year for me that is where Brad is going to separate himself, and he's going to show that everything that he's been building toward has been the right path. And I really believe, based on the injuries that we have going into this year, no, I don't care about Josh Paschal coming back. I don't care about Levi Onwuzurike coming back. I've seen the idiocy out there that people are saying, what a big mistake that these two guys are coming back. And what I don't understand is how they don't understand the NFL has what is called a contract. And under the terms of a contract, just because you may not adhere to your contracts states that that player didn't play and his contract is tolled, which means he automatically is on the roster until he's not. So come free agency or hell or high water, there'll be some changes at some point. They'll get through the 90-man, they'll get through camp, and if they can play, they can play. If they can't, they can't, and they won't be here. But for right now, Brad doesn't have what's called a choice in the matter. It's what the NFL forces them to do. The contract is told they could cut him right now if they wanted to. But why would you do that when a Levi was playing at a top 10 level before he was injured? He was a top 10 DT at the end of last year. And this year, major injury.
So what are your chances percentage wise that Levi O and then Josh Paschal make it onto the 53 this year? Do you give either of them a shot to make the 53 this year?
I'd have to break it up. So I would say for Levi, his injury was in the spring, I believe, of 25.
Yeah, so he'll have a full year, and
he'll be solid. You'll know what he is come rookie OTA time. You know, like when you start getting players back into the building, and doing some work, you'll know. Like, and maybe he stayed and has been going through training here. No idea. So you'll know more about him than anything early. Paschal, I'm still not totally convinced that there wasn't something more sinister going on with him.
Mm-hmm.
So if I were to put a percentage on it, I'm going to say 60-40. 60% Levi makes it, 40% Paschal makes it.
Yeah.
That's kind of where I'm at. I'm not going to give them a big chance because I think that when you look at the players that we have coming back and what Brad is probably going to do in this draft, I think DT is on the radar for sure because this draft is loaded with some good DTs or defensive ends that you could convert to a hybrid, which is I think is what we're looking for this year is more of that hybrid pass rush.
Get back what Paschal was, right?
Well, Paschal was, I mean, he was more of that. He was more of a defensive tackle, but he was also hybrid sized. If I remember correctly, he's 6'4", 280. (6'3", 268 on Wiki.
Yeah. And both of their contracts are kind of nothing burgers.
No, they're cheap.
Yeah.
But at Kentucky, I mean, he's always maintained his size in the NFL, but having been a little bit lighter at Kentucky, I want to say that Paschal was playing more in that 250 range, and he was more linebacker like for Kentucky, and I mean, he off the edge was crazy good. I can't remember Kentucky's defense that year. I know that I did a workup on it because I was comparing him to Nick Scorton, and I did a workup between both of those guys when we had Nicky on last year. If he stays and maintains at that 280-ish where he's probably at right now, he's going to be the defensive end, the bigger defensive end. If he drops weight, where I said last season, Calvin Shepard said, you're going to have to wait and see where I put him. Remember that when Calvin Shepard said, you're going to have to wait and see where I put him when and if he comes back? I think that Calvin was going to put him at linebacker. I think he was going to put him in a big linebacker package, maybe 4 backers on the field, and drop him a little bit of weight and put him out there off the edge. Stack him right behind Davenport or Aiden, whoever, and use him as like a NASCAR package or something. Like, I think that's where you're probably going to put him. It'd be interesting to see how he comes, in this year because he was looking light in that video. He was looking really light. Back to Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
Drake May versus the Seattle Seahawks pressure. So let's kind of flip it a little bit. Drake May is going up against Seattle's 4-man front that presents a very similar challenge. And May seems really to respond to the rushers by either taking a sack or completing a deep ball. Only 3 quarterbacks took more sacks than his 47 this year. He takes a ton of sacks. But he also led the league in yards per pass when pressured. This is almost a big gamble. It's like a true crapshoot on what Drake May is going to do in this game. He's either going to be smelling the turf or he's going to be making big plays. And if there's any mixture of the two, it's going to keep the Patriots in the game. But if he's on the ground more often than he's making a play, well, then I think we know how that story is going to be written. His legs are the big factor here. No quarterback ran as often as May did this season. He's averaged 47 rush yards across 3 playoff games. While Seattle fields the league's best run defense, that flips if you isolate it for just quarterback runs. The Seahawks are then 29th in the league in yards allowed per quarterback carry. So that is where May has a major advantage in this game, is that Seattle's not great against quarterback runs. So what do you think Seattle's going to do? You know, how is Darnold or May both going to respond to the pressure is a great question. But what are the Seahawks going to do specifically to fix or shore up that 29th ranked yards per carry by quarterback allowed when you're in the Super Bowl and it's, look, this is it. This is the final game. You can't just sell out and allow him to run because he's going to pick up first downs. So I think that we're going to see Seattle deploy a little bit more of a spy game here on May. If they bring the pressure, I expect a spy. If they're not bringing the pressure, I don't expect a spy. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So who's going to have the better run game in this game? I think that this one is interesting because both defenses are hard to run on. And the Seattle Seahawks have allowed the 3rd fewest rush yards this season. The Patriots were 6th. So pretty even. It's a toss-up as to who really has the better run defense. Both offenses lean heavy on the run, or at least the threat of it, in order to unlock the passing game. Both these teams do the same thing. They try to run to set up the pass. Over half of Darnold's snaps are from under center. 54.5 or 54.8% is the second most, while May is 46.5% under center and majority out of the gun. Both utilize play action rates top 10 in the NFL this year and run the ball at a top 6. What you'll see with the Patriots is a lot of handoffs out of the gun, which is what the Lions generally like to do too. We are a great team handing the ball off out of the gun. New England with Ramondre Stevenson, though, he's likely to struggle against Seattle. And then as far as Seattle needing a boom or bust run out of, Kenneth Walker, I think that he's going to have to break some to open up this game for Seattle. If they can get Walker loose, I think that is what's going to flip this game towards Seattle, is if Walker has a good game. If he doesn't have a good game on the ground, then I think it'll lean more towards the Patriots. Any thoughts on that?
Kenneth Walker is going to have a good day. I just fully expect that's what's going to happen, because if they shut Kenneth Walker down, then Jackson Smith and Jigba and the other, Cooper Kupp, these guys are just going to tear him apart. I just don't, looking at this just from I don't have a dog in this fight whatsoever. This Seahawks team is put together right. They're beating teams that they weren't supposed to beat. Like, they weren't supposed to beat the Rams, but they beat the Rams. Now, did the refs play a little bit into that with that 2-point conversion? Sure, they did. But it was a backwards pass, and a Seahawks guy picked it up in the end zone, so it counted. And that was the difference. That play right there was the one difference between the Seahawks being the number 1 seed and winning the division, and the Rams being the number 1 seed and winning the division. So really close. But I think in the end, the Seahawks are built for this. And I don't think the Patriots have played a team like the Seahawks yet. They played a 4th place schedule, and they just didn't play the gauntlet that the Seahawks have. I know they played some of the top defenses from the AFC in the playoffs, but they didn't go through the playoffs beating anybody by huge scores. 10-7 is not a very big score in the AFC Championship game versus Denver.
What was that score again? I'm sorry.
It was 10-7.
Well, yeah, but that was rain, sleet, whiteout,
snow, yeah.
And then it was just.
Yeah, but how many field goals got missed? How many passes?
The wind was crazy in that game.
Yeah.
I mean that's what you got to remember is that game is an anomaly because of the weather. Let me find something here real quick. So there's been some. I want to talk about Lee McNeil. This will be the last thing I think of the day, unless you have anything. But I want to talk about Lee McNeil and this Max Crosby thing. Somebody had posted on X that if you look at Lee McNeil versus Max Crosby, that their contracts are very similar. Why would you want to keep Lee McNeil versus Max Crosby? I don't understand. I don't understand where we're going with that. One, I think you need to look at the totality of the contracts. Two, I think you also need to look at 2 totally different positions. 3, Lee McNeil in 2024 was the 15th best defensive tackle in the league. Former 3rd-round pick. He improved every single year over year, and really was the star in 2023's NFC Championship push. He was an 86.8 overall ranking in 2023, and he wasn't done improving. Like he was just starting to take the cap off. That injury obviously derailed his season in 2024. And when he came back this last year, he didn't look the same. But now he's going to have a whole another offseason to get ready to get back to where he was. Lee McNeil is a top 10 defensive tackle in the league, without a doubt. And your defensive tackles aren't meant to always get sacks. Like when DJ Reader had 3 in 2024, that was the most he's ever had. I think Lee McNeil somewhere averaging about 5 or 6 a year, and that's plenty out of a defensive tackle. But giving him another year to get ready for the season, drop the weight, add the muscle, whatever he needs to do, I think that you're going to see a much different Lee McNeil. You can't just replace him. What are you going to do? Trade him? Coming off a major injury, is someone willing to take in that contract? I don't necessarily think so. And I think with Tyleik Williams and Lee McNeil being the only 2 really under contract this year that are our main starters, I don't see how you could do anything with Lee McNeil. But let me kind of walk through the contracts and why you need to look at this a little bit differently.
Hey, Will.
Yo.
Hey, I got to get flying.
Yep.
So I will see all of you guys on Monday. We get to go over and see who got the most points in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I might be live for the Super Bowl. I don't know. Maybe I'll go somewhere. Maybe I won't.
For the first time ever, my wife is doing stuff for the Super Bowl, and she's going to watch it with me.
Look at that.
Time ever.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
There you go. All right, we'll catch you Monday, man. Have a good weekend.
Yeah.
All right, so let me kind of walk through this a little bit. I think, when you look at the contracts, they're not really close. Number one, I think you have to understand the full contract. Number 2, I think Lee McNeil being on a 4-year, $97 million deal is much different than Crosby being on a 3-year, $106.5 million deal. On the surface, it doesn't look like a big divide, but you have to account for the AAV and the guarantee in each season. Lee McNeil's AAV, number 3, is $24.25 million. Crosby's AAV is $35.5 million. That's 46.39% higher than a Lee McNeil. That's a big number. You're talking over $10 million more, $11.25 million more per season on average. A Lee McNeil, his guarantee was only $55 million out of a 4-year deal. Crosby's guarantee was $91.5 million on a 3-year deal. That's 66.36% higher in just guaranteed money alone. Number 5, Ali McNeil's AAV guaranteed $13.75 million. Crosby's AAV guarantee is $30.5 million. That's 121.82% difference per year. Per year. That's what AAV is, average annual value. Number 6, balance of contract. Ali McNeil, 2026 to 2028, $71 million left in his deal. In 2026, he's set to make $24 million. In 2027, $22.75 million. And in 2028, $24.25 million. If you look at the top defensive line contracts in the league right now, come on. Pull it up. Interior DTs. Got to sign in as usual. And it doesn't like it. Why doesn't it like it? Come on, sign in. Hold on. Why does it not let me sign in? Go to spell track. Okay, so if you look at the top defensive tackles in the league right now, Ali McNeil is 5th for 2025. In 2026, Ali McNeil is, hold on, let me go back. Ali McNeil, $24.25 million in 2025. Stupid ads. $24.25 million in 2026. Why is it not changing? Change. It's not changing. All right, here we go. Hopefully this will work now. All right, in 2025, Ali McNeil's contract. Where is he? Average. 1 second, guys. I got to get this thing to line up. Okay, this is just ridiculous. I don't understand why he's not even showing up on Spotrac. Like, did you forget that Ali McNeil plays in the NFL? Tyreek Williams is in there, but Ali McNeil is totally missing. What in the world? All right, 2026. Let's see if he shows up here. Okay. I don't know what's going on. It's like he's not showing up at all. Like, this is simple stuff. Okay, forget that. That's just weird. That's just absolutely weird. Where was I? Let's go back to number 4. Lee McNeil's guarantee, $55 million. Crosby's guarantee, 91.5, 66.36% higher. Number 5 was the average annual guarantee of $13.75 million for a Lee McNeil. $13.75 million. Crosby, his average annual guarantee per year, $30.5 million. When you look at the balance of the contract, like I said, Lee McNeil is roughly $28 million in guarantees left. That's it. So if you were to walk away from a Lee McNeil right now, you wouldn't lose your ass. It is an extremely smart contract. So on the surface, yeah, you look at $97 million versus $106.5 million, but you're not taking into consideration 3 years versus 4 years. $55 million versus $91.5 million in guarantees. That's the big difference. Max Crosby, between 2026 and 2029, the weird thing is, even though his contract was 106.5, I think it was, he's owed $116 million in new money between 26 and 29, which is, how much is that? 45 million more than a Lee McNeil? $45 million more over the next 3 years in just new money guarantees. Max Crosby will be paid $30.782 million. Here, I'll round up. $30.8 million in 26, $29.8 million in 27, $27.3 million in 28, and $28.2 million in 29. That's a difference of, in 26 alone, $6.8 million. In 27, $7.7 million. In 28, $3 million. And in 29, obviously a whopping $28 million because he's not under contract, Lee McNeil, in 2029. So huge difference. Taking on Max in 2026 would be an instant cap hit to the Lions of $30.7 million. Now, I could have kept going on all these, but the real numbers are that they're just not close. Just not close. So, again, you've got people pumping information out there that's just not factual. They push narratives. They're toxic. They don't get it. They don't understand contracts. This is not a one-for-one trade-off. And you're not going to get rid of a Lee McNeil and bring in Max Crosby. You just got worse as a team. Bringing in Max does nothing if you don't have an interior. I think that the smart people in the room understand and know, and this is about 99% of people in the NFL get this. Your interior defensive line is the most important part of your defense. If you do not have a good interior, teams are going to gash you all day long. If you don't have a good interior, you will get zero pressure up in the face of the quarterback, which is the most important pressure on a quarterback, is coming through that A and that B gap. If you're not getting any pressure there, it doesn't matter what you do on the outside. All the quarterback has to do is just take one step forward. As those edges are starting to collapse in, you just take a step forward. And those guards will turn around and you seal off the edge. So it's hilarious to me that people keep thinking that, one, Max Crosby's coming to Detroit. He's not. If you listen to what Aiden Hutchinson said yesterday, he pretty much told you it's not happening. Matter of fact, I think I have the video here.
Guys that are like popping off and really fun to watch.
So let me pull this up here. Let's listen to what Aiden said about this whole thing with Kay Adams on Up at Adams.
I want Max to be a Lion pretty badly. From that,
Oh, wow.
but I want Max to be a Lion pretty badly.
Yeah.
And I'd like him to be a Bear. But it's because of you that I want him here badly, if that makes sense. He's another, I don't know, his time in Vegas. He's a Michigan native.
Yeah, right.
Just like you. Can you just, like him, you on the field, and then him, you, Dan Campbell. There's just something.
It sounds right.
It's just right. It's like head and shoulders being right for your dandruff and scalp cooling needs.
That's right.
Can you paint me the picture of why that's the perfect pit?
I was actually looking that up on the way over here because I was hearing some rumblings about it, but I don't know.
I'm the rumbling. Nice to meet you. Go on.
In the event that it did happen, that would be so dangerous. But and me and Max have a great relationship. I'd love to play with him.
What do you mean? You guys are friends? What do you mean you have a great relationship? I don't know. What's the relationship?
We see each other every now and then. We'll DM every now and then, and we both have a lot of respect for each other's games.
Okay.
And so.
Have you ever worked out together?
The likelihood of him coming to Detroit is high. No, just given with the amount of guys that they have to pay in the
money,
building.
Yeah, I'm living in a dream world. Right. I know it.
Hold on. First of all, I think I need to switch screens here. I forgot that Eric had to bounce. And hold on. Where is my new? I had to create all new scenes again this morning because God knows why I don't get it. I don't understand why something happens during updates overnight and all of my scene tree just gets beat up, disappears. Come on, I have a full screen media somewhere. Where is it? This might be it right here. Let's look at this one. Oh, I got to fix it, though. Give me one sec. We had it rolling. Just got to give me 1 minute here. Give me just a sec. Let me fix this. So what you heard there by Aiden is he essentially just said, yeah, the theory's great. Chances of it happening? Nah. And then he states why. Because they have all these other guys to pay. It's the same thing that I've been telling everyone for 3 years. You keep wanting these edges. You keep bringing up all this toxic clickbait. But it's good to talk about stuff, but at some point it just gets really old, right? And all it does is sow divide in the fan base. And edge is it's a buzzword now. Every content creator knows that if you mention the word edge in Detroit, you're going to get views. And that's what it is, man. It's rage bait for a paycheck. It's not valuable insight on what's actually happening for your team. So let's go back to what they said. We'll just start the whole thing over.
I want Max to be a Lion pretty badly.
Yeah.
And I'd like him to be a Bear. But it's because of you that I want him here badly, if that makes sense. He's another, I don't know, his time in Vegas. He's a Michigan native.
Yeah, right.
Just like you. Can you just, like him, you on the field, and then him, you, Dan Campbell. There's just something.
It sounds right.
It's just right. It's like head and shoulders being right for your dandruff and scalp cooling needs.
That's right.
Can you paint me the picture of why that's the perfect pit?
I was actually looking that up on the way over here because I was hearing some rumblings about it, but I don't know.
I'm the rumbling. Nice to meet you. Go on.
In the event that it did happen, that would be so dangerous. But and me and Max have a great relationship. I'd love to play with him.
What do you mean? You guys are friends? What do you mean you have a great relationship? I don't know. What's the relationship?
We see each other every now and then. We'll DM every now and then, and we both have a lot of respect for each other's games.
Okay.
And so.
Have you ever worked out together?
The likelihood of him coming to Detroit is high. No. Just given with the amount of guys that they have to pay
There's
in the
money,
building.
Yeah. I'm living in a dream world.
Right.
I know it.
In a dream world, though, It sounds really good and it sounds right, which I'm all for.
Which you're all for. Okay, absolutely love that. Okay, no, I want to talk about, what do you want to talk about? I didn't know we got to go. Could we?
So there you go. It's no different than anything that I've said for a long time. Keep dreaming. Right? That's what it's all about. Just keep dreaming. It's never going to happen. It can't happen. And I'll be the first to apologize, right? I mean, I think that what's happened in this fan base is terrible when you think about it, that some creators just have this fan base just at odds with each other over this one issue. And I think the issue can be explained very simply, and it doesn't need to be overcomplicated. When we drafted 4 studs in 2023, and after that season was done and then 2024 happened, we knew at that point there was 4 studs. There were 4 studs that you were going to have to re-sign. But what had already happened is Penei Sewell and Amon-Ra St. Brown and then Aiden Hutchinson in 2022. There were 3 more studs that needed to get signed before those guys. Lee McNeil, Derek Barnes. Even though I wouldn't have signed Derek Barnes to that deal, they did, right? So you have all these players that needed to get signed. And you knew after 2023, 4 more were on their way. Oh, wait, Kirby Joseph from 2021, he gets a big deal. It was a mistake. Hindsight 2020 will tell you that. As Aiden says, he's all for it, of course. Everybody would love to have 2 of the best, most elite and almost elite defensive ends on the same field together. Why wouldn't you? I would love to have it too, and I would love to have 2 more behind them. I would love to have Aiden and Myles Garrett and then Max and Trey Hendrickson all on the same team. Hell, put them all 4 on the defensive line. Just roll 4 defensive ends. Probably wouldn't work, but anyway, you get where I'm going here, right? Of course we would love for that to happen. The problem is you can't have that and sign your guys. You can't be a team that drafts and develops and be a team that buys in free agency at a high rate. They don't mesh. They really don't. New England is in the Super Bowl because they spent $209 million on guaranteed contracts this last year. But what have they done before that? They were always a draft and develop team. Unfortunately, all the Super Bowls that Tom Brady won, that was a draft and develop team. They went and plucked certain guys, in the free agency period, but they didn't overly spend. They never overly spent money, and I don't think in any one season, outside of signing their own guys back. Every year it seemed like they had to bring in some new no-name receivers for Tom Brady because that's what they did, and Tom Brady just made those receivers better. It's kind of the same situation in Detroit. We've drafted extremely well. Unfortunately, these guys are going to command very big contracts. The salary cap is only as high as it's going to be. $302 million, we'll call it this year. How are you going to fit another? I mean, what's it going to be? 50, 90. Thinking in terms of the guys that they're about to sign, 120. So Branch, we'll call that 50. Sam, we'll call that another 30. That's 80. Gibbs, that's going to be probably 80. 160. So you're probably looking at another $200 million in just guaranteed portions of contracts that are going to go out over this next year for players that are already on this team. And maybe that number's a little high. Maybe it's closer to 170. But I think that those 4 players from 2023 are going to get at least that in just guaranteed money alone. You can't fit that. And I know we've spoken about this 100 times. You can't fit that on the roster that is already maxed out. No pun intended. The Lions are upside down $10 million to start the season. Where are you going to fit a $30.7 million cap hit when you can't even buy your rookies right now? And yeah, when the league year flips and you add $50 million to that number from the rollover and the cash injection from the league, That doesn't help. That's not going to get you there. Sure, we could open up $140 million of restructured deals, but what does that do? That just kicks the can a year or two. So what happens when they all merge, right? What happens? Use a personal life reference here. Let's just say your bills every month are $5,000, and let's say you bring home $5,300 a month, right, or $5,500 a month. You're overspending, is what I'll tell you first. You're living beyond your means. However, it happens a lot, and 85% of families live in that, or 80-ish% of families in America live in that very scenario. But what happens if all your bills are due on the 1st, but your paychecks don't hit until the 29th of every month? How do you make that work? You're robbing from Peter to pay Paul. You're limping this one out a couple weeks before you can make that payment. You never really get caught up, right? You're never able to get back to a level even playing field. That's exactly what the Lions would be doing, and that is a very risky and a very difficult way to operate a team, because you never know from week to week to year who's going to be on that roster. And does that mean that you bring in that one player that, I don't know why people think that we're ever one player away. We are never one player away from winning a Super Bowl. No team has ever been one player away from winning a Super Bowl. Tell me the one player that New England brought in this year that's making them win a Super Bowl. Tell me the one player that the Seahawks brought in this year that is making them win a Super Bowl, or compete in the Super Bowl, I should say. It wasn't ever just one player. They've brought in multiple players, and that's what the Lions are doing. And I get that we had a very knee-jerk reaction get printed in local media that was talking about this, saying that the Detroit was the number one option, and that was a total farce. I played the Jay Glazer video. That was never said. Matter of fact, he said that there were over 20 teams asked him. Doesn't mean the Lions were mentioned. Never said the Lions were mentioned. So that's what's going on in Detroit. The word edge gets said, and it becomes a complete meltdown. And then fans hate each other. And then they start jawing at each other. That's what they're trying to get you to do. That's toxic rage bait 101. So, I don't know, man. I think that I think that when you look at what the Lions really need to do, it's not bring in Max Crosby. No, it's you have to get that next edge out of the draft, and that's what I'm expecting. Based on my roster roulette, this is the year that you would do it. As I've always said, after they paid Aiden, they would have to go back to the draft to re-up the future, because Aiden getting to his next contract is unlikely. And I don't mean that from a negative perspective. He'll get through it, like he'll play, but the Lions being able to afford another contract like that after they bring in all these other players and sign all these players is unlikely. You have to have the next wave right behind him ready to go. Now, could the Lions go out and overspend? They could. They could absolutely overspend. Once the league year hits, they could overspend, and then they could be in serious cap trouble for 2027. Does that make sense? No. Then you're going to start losing players left and right. Should they not pay Jahmyr Gibbs and then go get Max? I mean, that's about the closest way you can get there. Should they trade J-Mo and then go get Max? There's an idea. You have to do something. You'd have to clear $30 million from your cap, or 25 or even 20 to make it make sense. So if they were to trade one of the big contracts in Detroit, which you're talking Amon-Ra St. Brown, he's not going anywhere. Aleem McNeil, that's a big contract, but then you have a huge deficit on the defensive line. What are you going to do to fix that hole? How are you going to fix the hole if Aleem McNeil's gone? You can't fix it. Not without going out and getting another player that is equally as good as Aleem McNeil. And those players are just not sitting there on a lime tree to pluck a new piece of fruit from. It's just not what the NFL is all about. These players are rare, and when you have them, you have them. You can't lose them. So it is what it is. Unfortunately, I feel like, people pumping things out about contracts, not accurate, didn't make any sense. And now you're looking at another fallout in Detroit, people talking about this around the Super Bowl, and it's just BS. Go get the players that help. We need a safety. Go tell me what safety is out there that costs $30 million. I would be more apt to believe that than believe anything else. Because if you don't have a safety, and that's the thing that I think that bothers me the most about this is no one is looking to the real issue here other than me, and I don't know who else talks about it, but the real issue is the secondary right now. Yes, our offensive line has problems. But I think I said this yesterday. If you were to look at the Lions' issues honestly, let's go through it again. Left tackle was a problem last year because Taylor Decker was injured quite a bit. And left tackle is under contract. So is that a premier problem right now? It's not, because he's under contract. So you have a player. You don't necessarily have to do something. Now, if you know he's going to retire and you know that before free agency, well, then you're going to have to go out and make a move and try to bring somebody else in. All right, how about center? Well, something happened at the end of the season. One, Graham Glasgow's under contract. So is center the biggest problem? Not necessarily when you have somebody under contract. You have a hole. If you have a hole there, you have to fill it. But if you have someone under contract, it's not necessarily a hole. Do we want to get better? A lot better at center and way better at left tackle and younger? Yes, we do. But for all intents and purposes, those positions are full right now. Something else happened in the offseason where we signed Seth McLaughlin to a futures deal. And I'm going to throw out a huge surprise here. That might be one of the best signings of the year. I did a lot of research on Seth. I'm going to talk about him later today. But I did a ton of research on Seth last night. And this might be our new center in 2026. I was more surprised at what I learned about Seth last night. I didn't know really much about him because, as you guys may or may not know, he went undrafted because he had a major injury, and that was a huge opportunity. So Brad, again, bringing in those injured players that you all love, might have just done it and did it at a level. That dude should have probably been a second-round pick in last year's draft. Goes undrafted. Connor Lew should face that same music this year. Should be a second or a third-round pick and might go undrafted. That is a guy that you go out and get, just like I forgot who brought in Seth McLaughlin first, but that is the guy that you need to go out and get then if he's a UDFA. You have to. And you have to figure out a way to keep him. So really, center is okay with Seth now. If Seth turns out to be the player that he was at Ohio State, that position's good. It's locked up. So now we go back to left tackle. Left tackle's good to go for right now. We could use an upgrade there. But what was the bigger story last year? Wasn't the offense. The offense was scoring points. A couple of games we didn't do as well. But had we had a defense in the second half of the season that could keep teams from scoring 20-plus points on us, we would have won a lot more games. At least 4, in fact. And we're right there in the thick of it with a 1 seed. God knows we could be in the Super Bowl right now. Had we had Brian Branch and Kirby Joseph, Terrion Arnold, all back in the fold last year, it is a much different story. That, to me, is the number one problem that the Lions are facing right now, is the fact that they don't have a secondary. Yes, TA is going to come back. He should be ready to go. DJ Reed will be back, have a full season a full off season of rehab, additional rehab. He'll be ready to rock and roll. right? So I'm less concerned about the corners. Amik Robertson, we don't know if he's going to come back. Ennis Rakestraw, we have no clue what that guy's going to be, and I'm putting him in the same boat as Kirby. If that is a second-round blunder, you can call it that, but you can't defraud Brad Holmes' name because players get injured. I mean, it is the stupidest thing I've ever seen. So now you have to go out and attack the secondary in the draft and free agency. The Lions must bring in a safety. Must. And if not one, two. Sure, you can bring back, guys like Arthur Mollett and Avonte Maddox and all the other legion of whom that were on this team last year. Harper, the other safety, and Avonte Maddox can hold it down, but are they elite? No. Can they hold it down? Yes. So you must go out and find a safety in free agency and or the draft or both. And then your bottom feeders just filter down to the practice squad or somewhere else. But that is what Brad needs to do. Corner. He absolutely has to get a corner again this year in free agency and or the draft or both. I know you hate the pick. I do too. But then again, I'd probably draft a corner almost every year. And the reason why is they always get hurt. My practice squad would have way more corners on it than any other position. I'd have way more DBs stacked than any other position because they're always getting hurt. We need a running back. We lost Craig Reynolds. We don't know what Sione Vaki is going to be like, even though he's done well. Lions need another running back to fill out that room. And we don't know what's happening with David Montgomery, and you can't take a risk there. And there's some really good running backs in this class. So again, it's not a sexy pick. It's not what Lions want. They look at Jahmyr Gibbs, they look at David Montgomery, and they say, why? Well, the reason why is because you don't walk away from a player named Washington. You don't. You bring that player in. And the guy from Penn State, you don't walk away from players like that. If you get a shot at them, you have to take them. Those are positions that build out your depth, and that's the reason why teams like Seattle are in the Super Bowl. They have been drafting and developing for such a long time. They finally were able to unlock it with some quarterback play this year. Sam Darnold. That is the biggest reason why they're in this to win it. So defensive end edge has never been the number one position that we need year in and year out. We've had Aiden. If you have one elite or quasi-elite, halfway elite, whatever. I mean, Aiden is like almost there. I don't put him in the elite category because of some of the things that he does that are just not elite. His stats, you could rank up there with some of the elite players, but I look at it differently. I know a lot of people look at a stat sheet and they say, well, look, he's right there with all these guys. I say, go watch the games and see what exactly he did. Right? Go look at the games and see exactly what he did in those games and who he went up against and see if he's elite that way. And the answer would be going up against third and fourth string tackles and guards. And you're getting the majority of your sacks that way. That's not proving to me that you're elite. The way that you prove to me that you're elite is when you go up against starting tackles and starting guards and you are able to beat them one-on-one. And if I ever see that Aiden is the most double-teamed and triple-teamed player in the league, it's not true. It's not even close. He's not beating one-on-ones. So he's not elite to me yet. If his arms are about 2 or 3 inches longer, he probably would be. There's a reason why Myles Garrett is able to do the things that he does. A lot of it is body type. It's his frame. That's why. Who's that? Booner in the chat. Hutch isn't actually good. I don't know if you heard what I said, but you might want to hear what I say as opposed to putting words in my mouth, because I didn't say that. Didn't say that at all, did I? What I said is he's not elite. So he's good, right? He's quasi-elite. He's not elite. And stats will tell you that. Matter of fact, go back to his last season in Michigan. And see, I've been following Aiden since then. And I did all the work back then. The average offensive line that the University of Michigan Wolverines went up against that year was ranked 88th. 88th. The average level of tackle that Aiden went up against, well, that was damn near 120th. He was on a team that was stacked. He had more singled up one-on-one opportunities, and he was going up against extremely bad offensive lines. Ohio State was one of the best offensive lines he went up against. I believe he had 3 sacks in that game. Michigan State was one of the best offensive lines that season. He had, I believe, 1 sack in that game. And those are the only 2 top 25 teams that Michigan faced that year. And the only 2 offensive lines that were ranked in the top 25. All of the rest, way down the list. So it's not impressive to me when you go out. That's like taking a college player, right? An elite college player, and you go up against a high school tackle. That's what it's like when you're going up against guys that should be playing D2, D3 football. You're going up against 3rd and 4th stringers. Same thing in the NFL. Going up against 3rd and 4th stringers. Stats are not everything. And so that's the difference between and he's not top 6, by the way. The other day you put something out that said that he was top 6 in pass rush win rate. He's not. He's 17th at like 14.1%. He's not top 6 in pass rush win rates. Not even close. And stats are not everything. So if you only look at stats, you're way behind. Like the eyeball test is everything. And if you look at stats only, then stats would not tell you he's the 6th best defensive end in the league. Matter of fact, stats would tell you that he's going up against 3rd and 4th string tackles and guards, and that is where the majority of his stats have come from. And if you look at stats, again, as the only holy grail, then I think you also have to look at how many different ways you can create a pressure. Right? Go back 20 years. There was only 3 different types of pressures. Right? One of them being 2.5 seconds time to pressure a quarterback. Aiden's average time to pressure is over 3.5 seconds. Pushing a guard or a tackle 1 yard into the pocket is not impressive. Getting 100 pressures when 76 of them were doing just that, pushing the guard or the tackle 1 yard into the pocket, and maybe 1 yard away from the quarterback, that's not really impressive. And doing it at an average of 3.5 seconds, that's not impressive either. Getting sacks after 4.5 seconds, that's not impressive either. Interception, impressive. Getting a strip fumble, impressive. You got to give them those things. Right? But when you look at some of the other ways that these stats are accumulated, it's watered down. Stats, in case you didn't know this, PFF was created a long time ago to help give the NFL more opportunities to look at stats, but they had a much bigger play in mind. So I did some research, talked to some people years ago when I started doing this. I've always been into stats and analytics. That's just what I do. PFF was created with a vision in mind to sell you fantasy football. And if you look around now, when PFF started, there wasn't all of these other statisticians and all these other stat sites. Now there are. There's hundreds of them. Why do you think that is? Because as humans as we are, like we are so ingratiated on we have to know everything. And I've got my fantasy team that I have to line up. So I need to go spend that $29.99 a month on this subscription so that I can be better than the next guy. Oh wait, there's a new stat site. I'm going to spend the $5.99 a month over there. Oh my God, there's 4 more and they have something a little bit different than the other one. I'm going to spend the $5.99 a month there. And before you know it, you're spending $100 a month on subscriptions. I know because I do. So it's developed to sell you something. It wasn't developed to make you more intimately knowledgeable about the game. There's a difference between all of these made-up stats, because a lot of them are just made-up stats. None of this shit existed 20 years ago. And it didn't exist because that's not real football. They're just stats. I mean, I can make up my own stats and call them stats. I can make up my own theory and call it a stat. if you have a big enough, media, I guess, coverage, if you will, if you're out in the limelight enough, you can call anything you want as long as people believe it and people buy it. PFF was designed to sell you fantasy football. And if you haven't noticed where PFF is now gone, that's exactly what they're doing, is now PFF bets, right? They have a whole betting thing going on now. All of that stuff was developed for fantasy football and betting. That's it. All these prop bets, all these not real bets, right? Who cares if the over-under on a guy running 50 yards? Oh, let me go look at these 6 stat sites real quick. Let me go average out how many yards he's had every game. Oh, it's going to be wet. Oh, it's below 30 degrees. The last 6 games he played, it was below 30 degrees. He only ran for 42 yards. I paid $5.99 a month for each of those sites to tell me that, and then you go make the bet. You see how ridiculous it gets? Stats are not everything. They're not. You have to know scheme. You have to know how to study film, and you have to be able to understand what you're seeing on the field is not what's in the stats. It's just not. So, and again, you can be at the top of the league in a couple of things, Boone, but that doesn't make you the best, right? It doesn't. You have to look at when some of that stuff happened. Matter of fact, some of those strip sacks happened after 4 seconds. I mean, the fact that you're not there a second and a half before that is what you should be asking. Why were you not there before that? Why does Aiden have an average time to pressure of 3.5 seconds? He's one of the slower defensive ends at time to pressure. That should be concerning for you. And why is it that when he's singled up against bigger tackles, Jordan Mailata, others, he doesn't win. He disappears. So I would encourage anybody, not just you, Boone, but I would encourage anybody to actually go look at stats differently. Look at it from an objective lens of, you know what? I'm going to go look at some of the games where Aiden had 0 stats. Let's go look at who he went up against. And I'm willing to bet, okay? I'm willing to bet because I know I've done some of the research already. You come and give me a report someday, right? Go look at the games that he disappeared in. There's a reason why. In a large majority of the time, you're going to see that he was going up against tackles that were either starters or starters with longer arms. The way you neutralize Aiden Hutchinson is, one, you have to have a tackle with longer arms, longer height, longer wingspan, good footwork, and you get in front of him and you pepper him and you keep him on the outside arc. You make him take that wide outside arc. And when he's going to do that little spin move, all you do is take 1 step to the left and you pepper him again and you push him onto the inside. And the elite tackles do that to him. Every single one of them. And he'll disappear from the game. But I know what people will say. Well, he's chipped. He's double teamed. So was Myles Garrett. AQM was chipped or double teamed and triple teamed more than Aiden last year. He didn't seem to have any problem. So I would encourage people to actually look at it differently. His shorter arms really do hurt him at times. He's a wonderful player. He's a great human. Like I said, he's a quasi-elite player to me. I think that there's some areas of his game that just don't stack up. They just don't. And it's really hard to put someone at that elite level. I think what you see in the league right now is, yeah, people are putting him up on the elite level. And yeah, I'm one of the very few that has a lot of negative things to say. I guess you could say that, but it's not negative. It's criticism based on reality of facts through stats and film and everything else. It's not just, I don't like the guy because he went to Michigan. I could care less where you went to college. Could care less. I'm far more critical on other guys that didn't go to, whatever school. It doesn't matter to me. Anyway, we got off on a tangent there. But anyway, this game is going to shape up to be, I think, what is going to be an extremely good defensive game. I still have it as that lower score, 24-21. Eric was 27-14. I think a lot of the experts have this game into the 20s, but they don't have New England scoring over 14 or 17 points, which could happen. I think whatever defense shows up, whatever Will Campbell shows up. So there, maybe you didn't hear that about Will Campbell, but earlier what I was saying about Will Campbell is he's got short arm syndrome too. And I think this is going to be a game where you're going to see that he loses and he gets thrashed. That was one of my hot takes of the day, that Will Campbell's not going to have a good game because his short arms will not allow him to keep those defensive ends off, right? To keep them out of his, from getting inside into his pads. And that's what elite tackles do. They keep you away so that they can control you. Once you get up inside somebody, once Aiden gets inside somebody, he can't get free. And that is just one of the detractors of his game. Out of 10 different things, Aiden probably does 6.5 great. It's the other 3.5 that are not as great. We were talking about Ali McNeil and contracts and that earlier. I was trying to look up Levi Onwuzurike from 2024. There was a period of time last year where Levi was, not last year, year before, Levi was a top 10 defensive tackle, I want to say the second half of the season. He was playing at an extremely high level. And yeah, stats, again, if you were to put stats on every player, and that's the only way that they can be an elite player is by having a lot of stats, then a lot of these players shouldn't be ranked where they're at. DJ Reader was the 13th best defensive tackle in 2024. He had his best statistical season as a defensive tackle with 3 sacks. A lot of these guys aren't designed to get sacks. That's just not what they do. And I guess to say it on the other side of this is scheme. Scheme is a big reason why certain players do things differently than others. Scheme will dictate, are you getting more sacks? Are you dropping more into coverage? Are you setting an edge? What is the goal of the day? Each game is a little bit different. The game against the Ravens, for speaking about the Lions, we did a lot of spying in that game. There's a reason why towards the end of that game, they were able to get after Lamar Jackson. They did the zone and they did the spy all game, and then they let loose. So scheme will tell you in the beginning of that game, it wasn't going great for Lamar. And towards the end of the game, it definitely wasn't going great. When you allow these guys to get free after punishing them with the spy game all game, that's what he was expecting, and then you flipped it. So sometimes the scheme helps, and sometimes the scheme hurts. Who else was a top tackle? Lee McNeil was top 15 in 2024. So there's no way I'm getting rid of Lee McNeil. There's just no way. Absolutely no way. You can't replace him. And trying to say, edge versus DT, you could never really get in that phone booth fight with me on that, because it would never make sense. If you don't have a good interior defensive line, it doesn't matter how good your edges are. It really doesn't. And if you didn't hear it earlier, all that quarterback has to do is take one step forward and you neutralize the edge. All right. Any final things for the day? Oh, Boone, no. Chat's not brainwashed, brother. This is just where I think a lot of people do a lot more research. Honestly. They don't feed into narratives. They do research. Yes, Boone, through almost the entire season. There might be a couple of games or maybe towards the end of the season, but yes, AQM in the double, triple team rates were higher than Aiden. Higher than Aiden. Chip rates, Aiden had the most chip rates. Let me go back and look. Let me see where it ended on the season. Let's take a look. Control F it. We'll make it easier. Let's see. Aiden Hutchinson, 20.78% He's way down the list. Chip percentage for Aiden, 20.59%. Double team rate, 42.73%. Triple team rate, 5.8%. Okay, let me look up Muhammad. Let's see where he ended up. Through at least week 14, 15, Muhammad was doubled in way more. Way more. And I know because we covered it. AQM finished the year 41.14% in double team rate, 5.41% in triple team rate. So the difference between him and Aiden Hutchinson in triple teams, 0.47%. In double teams, 1.6%, 1.59%. And then you have to look at the amount of snaps. 578 for Aiden, 333 for AQM. You want to talk about efficiency? AQM crushed Aiden in efficiency. 9.91% in chip rate. So, yes, through the majority of the season, through like week 14 or 15 at least, AQM was doubled and tripled way more than Aiden was. At the end of the season, final regular season ranks, Aiden is barely 8 spots ahead and separated by less than 1.5%. So 1.5%, that means, here, let me give you the numbers because I don't know if you go this far into the numbers. Let me give you the numbers. On 578 pass rush attempts, that means 8 snaps, a whole 8 snaps. So the entire season, Aiden was double teamed more. 8 snaps. And triple teams, three snaps. So what's the argument we want to go there? What argument do we want to have with that? Is Aiden a much better player than AQM because of 8 snaps out of the entire season? And yes, Booner, like I said, all season. Minus the last couple of games. Why? AQM was not in one of the games when who was it that came back? Who was it that came back towards the end of the season? AQM barely played. It might have been Ali McNeil. That AQM barely played in a couple of games. So that's going to skew some of your numbers a little bit. But yeah, if you go week by week and you look at double, triple team rates, AQM was ranked higher. Means he was double and triple team more than what Aiden was. Now, I don't care about 1.5% or 0.47%. It's a non-argument. It's a non-argument. The fact that AQM is doubled as much as Aiden, what did Aiden finish with? 14.5 sacks? Let me go to NFL.com. And here's the other thing. What we hear all year is that Aiden is doubled and triple team more all year. And the facts are, it wasn't true. It was not true. At the end of the season, when you finally look at the last couple of games where Aiden was doubled a little bit more, that's where it swung it by that 1.5%. But you're not going to sit here and tell me that from weeks 1 through 14 or 1 through 15 that AQM wasn't, because he was. Let me give you an efficiency rank. Now that since this live has gone lopsided, let me give you an efficiency rank. Because that's what matters the most. Aiden at 14.5 sacks. 578 pass rush attempts. That means that he got a sack 2.5% of his opportunities. 2.5%. And the people that are brainwashing, by the way, are all the idiots out there that are just full of this toxic energy, running with these fake articles of that Crosby wants to come to Detroit. He's the number one option. Those are the people that are brainwashing. The people that say that we need an edge, those are the people that are brainwashing. Those are the toxic individuals out there that aren't breaking down scheme, that aren't breaking down film. They just run with narratives. And they prey on the fans and their fragility of having to deal with, a franchise that has been so downtrodden for so many years, as opposed to actually giving them real information and factual information. El-Kadim Muhammad had 333 pass rush attempts. He had 11 sacks. Sacks numbers according to NFL.com. You want to take a wild guess, Boone? Who do you think was more productive, Aiden or AQM? Who do you think is the more efficient defensive end? The articles about Max are fake. They are not legit. We've played all of the audio from Jay Glazer and Kay Adams on this channel over the last 48 hours. And Jay Glazer never once mentioned any Detroit Lions. Not once. We have the full interview of Jay Glazer. Never once were the Detroit Lions mentioned. Matter of fact, he said 20 teams. 20 teams, a ton of teams. But he never mentions one source other than himself. Never mentions the Lions. Max Crosby has never once come out and said that he wants to go to Detroit. Not once. And it doesn't even matter because it ain't happening. And I've said that every year for 3 years. Y'all get mad at it because I end up being right. I get it. So who was more efficient? And I know who put the articles out too. That's why I know they're full of shit. So who's more efficient, Aiden or El-Kadim Muhammad? Do you know how to do the efficiency rating? It's not hard. If you really want to get deep into analytics and stats, stick around. Here's the number. Aiden Hutchinson, 2.5% of the time on his pass rush attempts, got a sack. El-Kadim Muhammad, 3.3% of his snaps, he got a sack. Which means if you would have let El-Kadim Muhammad have and there could be narrative to this too. If El-Kadim Muhammad would have been allowed to play 153 more snaps, 153 more snaps, he would have had more sacks than Aiden Hutchinson this year based on the numbers. 153. So that means Aiden did it in 578, had 14 and a half. El-Kadim would have done it in 486 for 15 sacks. And there could be narrative in it. You know why? Well, we also know that the NFL is all about money, right? They're all about money. Aiden Hutchinson sells jerseys. Why? Because he has a big influence of the University of Michigan fandom, being so close to Detroit. Why on earth would you ever let a player on a league minimum, 30 years old, be more efficient and better than Aiden Hutchinson? Oh, you can't do that. You can't, because then when you pay Aiden that massive contract, people are going to look at you sideways and say, why would you do that when this player is way more efficient and is having a better season? You can't allow that to happen. Nope. Can't allow that to happen. Happens all the time. I don't know why you wouldn't have left AQM on the field for 153 more snaps this year. Clearly he had the opportunity with Davenport out. So it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense as to why he wasn't on the field more because his efficiency was that much better. If if AQM would have had 578 snaps, he would have had 19 sacks this year. If he had 578 snaps on the pass rush. 19 sacks. Where would that have ranked him? Since you said it yourself, that stats are the only thing that matter. That's what I'm throwing at you. Stats that you're not going to find anywhere else. Matter of fact, I think I'm going to start printing these. So El-Kadi Muhammad would have been the number 2 ranked sack leader this year with 19 sacks. He would have had third place Brian Burns at 16.5, and of course Myles Garrett with 23. He would have been right there between those two. Aiden Hutchinson finished with 14.5, ranked 4th this year. And when you look at the other stats to go along with each of these guys, you're going to find a stark difference when you start to dig deep. But there's not really another name on here that is El-Kadi Muhammad-esque. But El-Kadi Muhammad was ranked 11th in the league with 11 sacks. But you have names like Cameron Jordan, Jeffrey Simmons, Byron Young, Will Anderson, Josh Sweat, Micah Parsons, Tuli Polu, Nick Bonito, Daniel Hunter, Brian Burns, Myles Garrett. You don't have another El-Kadi Muhammad, right? You don't. There's not another El-Kadi Muhammad on this list. I mean, the other names in here, Max Crosby's down at 16. Again, I would ask, I get it. He missed the last 2 games of the year. He probably could have grabbed another sack. Why would you want to pay a guy $30 million when you could just pay a guy like El-Kadi Muhammad 4 or 5? Wouldn't you want to stack better players in other places? Doesn't that make more sense? Don't we need 2 elite safeties because our safeties probably aren't going to play? Brian Branch will, but how good will he be? That's the question. There's more to this than surface, man. Surface level, I'll leave that to the people that do surface level. Do I think who is better than Jared Verse or Will Anderson? El-Kadi Muhammad? No, not even close. Again, that's why stats aren't everything. They're not. But you know what? Let me break down those 2 guys real quick. Jared Verse had an off year. Jared Verse was my number 1 defensive end. If you follow this channel, when Jared Verse was coming into the league, I ranked him as the number 1 defensive end going into the draft. And Dallas Turner was number 2. Kobe Turner was also the guy that I wanted the Lions to pick up. And look what's happened to him. So if you really want to get in a pissing match, why don't we do this? Why don't we compare our draft picks for this year? You want to take me out on a $100 date for some steaks? Let's put the money where the mouth is. All-inclusive dinner, anywhere you want in Detroit. We'll go to Prime. Anywhere you want. You put your draft against mine. How about that? Let's do that. Why don't we do that? And again, I'm giving you stats, so let's compare Will Anderson here for a moment. Let's take a look at. See, what would be even better is if you just jumped in alive and we had a great debate. That's what would be even better. And the difference between me and others, Boone, in case, and you know this, but see, I can still have relationships with people. What I don't deal with is toxicity, and what I don't deal with is defamation and slander by certain creators or former creators that were even part of this channel. 2 of them, 3 of them, which they'll get what they got coming to them. But that's what I don't deal with because I don't do that to other people. I don't call other people out, even though I should. But we just let the lawyers handle that stuff. Let's take a look at Will Anderson. Will Anderson had 460 pass rush. And he had 11 sacks too, right? 12 sacks. Which means I have a feeling it's going to be very close. 2.6%, which is better than Aiden and less than AQM. This is efficiency ratings. Who was the other one? Jared Verse? Where is Jared Verse? Why is Jared Verse? Hold on. He only had 7.5 sacks. Regular season. .510 snaps. That's a very low efficiency. 1.5%. So statistically, his efficiency was very bad this year. But see, where I would go different with Jared Verse, what I would look into next with Jared Verse is what were the players doing around him? How was he helping the rest of his team? Was he responsible for, other players having great games? How did he leverage the scheme? And I do that for all players. But simply stating, if Jared Verse had a down year in sacks, which was better than his rookie year, but if he had a down year in production, from where he probably should be, he should be up near the top. I think you have to start looking at guys like Kobe Turner, Byron Young. Kobe Turner had 7. Byron Young had 12. So Byron Young's probably a better comparison here to these guys, not Jared Verse. But if you look around their team, how are they all statistically comparing together? Right? Is one helping the other? Oh, this is nuts. Where's the numbers? Byron Young, 404. He's going to have a really good efficiency. Uh, 2.97%. We'll round up to 3. 3%. This should have been its own stream, which, by the way, I got to start changing my streams to tap out every hour. So 3%. So at the end of the day, if you look at Byron Young, Jared Verse, Aiden Hutchinson, Al-Qadim Muhammad, Will Anderson. At the very top of the list is Al-Qadim Muhammad. Byron Young is second. Will Anderson is third. Aiden is fourth. Jared Verse is fifth. From an efficiency standpoint. Why do I care about efficiency so much? Well, the reason is simple. Just like in baseball, you're only as good as your next at bat, right? Percentage of hitting in baseball is derived over a season. But if you have a higher batting average, and if your slugging percentage is solid, well, you know that you have a better opportunity to go in as a better slugger to go in and make a play, right? Same thing for a defensive end. If your efficiency rating is high, you want that player on the field more. You don't want that player on the field less. Now, if you have a very high efficiency rate, but you have a very low threshold for snaps or at bats, then you have to say, okay, is the litmus test big enough? Probably not. But in this case, it is, because Al-Qadim had more than 250 snaps this year in pass rush. And the other guys that he went up against for this exercise, 333 for Al-Qadim Muhammad, 404 for Byron Young, 578 for Aiden, 460 for Will Anderson, and 510 for Jared Verse. The difference here is Al-Qadim Muhammad was in a rotation, right? And he should have been in the game more. Now, he did also have injury. I think that was week 14-ish last year. That maybe slowed him down a little bit. Maybe been part of the reason why he didn't play as much. But at the end of the day, I look at all different factions of stats, Boone. I look at more than just just surface level stuff. I don't waste my time with it. And when I first started, PFF was a lot of what I did because I was developing all of my proprietary things behind the scenes. And now I use multiple things to feed the monster, if you will, to give me a lot of different analytics that no one else knows about or talks about. And that, I think, is what separates me from others, is I'm truly analytics and statistically driven with football knowledge, without narratives. So look, it's coming on 12 o'clock. It's been almost 4 hours. Let's just get it on another day. I didn't see in the chat though. Are you hold on here. Let me go back and read the chat. See, I'm never able to read the chat, so. Oh, Raw. You want to go Raw for a few minutes? Okay, hold on. Okay, so the Brad thing. Number one, Brad Holmes is an elite GM. You can't say anything different. I don't know if you've ever heard this from me, but I think what you need to go do is compare Sam Snead and Howie Roseman to Brad Holmes. And you need to look at the beginning of their general managership with both those teams. And what you will find out is that Brad Holmes, at this point in his general managership, is better than both of those GMs. More playoff wins, more wins overall, higher hit rate in the draft. You can't have a team that drafts and does free agency at the same time. You can do 50-50, or you do an 80-20 like Brad does, or the other way, 20-80, which is what the Patriots had to do this year because they kept failing in the draft. If you look at the Rams, why did the Rams win in 21 after Brad left? He built that team. 100% Brad Holmes built that team. It's no different in Detroit. But if you go and look at when Howie Roseman and Sam Snead won, here, I better spit facts, because if I do an absolute, you'll try to use it against me later. Oh, and from a respect thing, Boone, I don't put people on blast on Twitter. So if you do want to continue to do stuff like that, then unfortunately I'll have to reciprocate. But I don't stoop to like 13-year-old high school, middle school type behavior. I'm not like that. I'm 45 years old, man. I got bigger things to worry about in life. It doesn't paint a whole picture. All right, so GM of the Philadelphia Eagles since 2010. Les Snead. Did I say Sam Snead? Sam Snead's a singer. Les Snead. 2010 is when he became the GM of the Philadelphia Eagles. He went 10-6, lost a wild card, and then no playoffs in 2011, no playoffs in 2012, Both those seasons combined, he was 12-20. 2013, 10-6, lost the wild card. 2014, 10-6, no playoffs. 2015, 7-9, no playoffs. 2016, 7-9, no playoffs. Now, Howie Roseman went from GM in 2010 to GM from 2010 to 2014, and then he was the executive VP of football ops in 2015 through 2018. And then he was executive VP of football ops and the general manager from 2019 to 2025. So he's had all those roles, but Howie's been in charge of the Eagles since 2010. So between 2010 and 2017, 8 seasons. In 8 seasons, they made the playoffs 3 times. They lost the wild card 2 times. And that 3rd time they made it to the playoffs, they won a Super Bowl in their 8th season. And if you look at the first 5 seasons of record, and it's a little bit different because back then it was a 16-game season. He went 10-6, 8-8, 4-12, 10-6, 10-6. So in the first 5 seasons with the Lions, Brad Holmes has 2 playoff wins and claimed a 1 seed and the NFC North title twice. Far better than what Roseman started out doing with the Eagles. After they won that first Super Bowl in 2017, the very next year, 2018, lost the divisional, then lost the wild card, then no playoffs, then lost the wild card, then lost the Super Bowl. So in his first 13 seasons, he went to the Super Bowl twice, won 1, but in total, they went to the playoffs 7 times in 13 seasons. A little bit better than 50%. A little bit better than 50%. Brad took over a team that was gutted. Completely gutted. Should have made the playoffs in 22. Had the refs not did what they did in the Seattle game the few hours before the Lions went to Green Bay. Made the playoffs in 23, made the playoffs in 24 on decimated teams. 2025 is what it is. So if you look at Howie Roseman, compare him to Brad Holmes is doing better than what Howie Roseman did. And they won a Super Bowl in 7 seasons, or 8th season, their 8th season. Now, I'm not saying we want it to take that long, but there's a reason why. There's a reason why it takes time to build a team. Now, you may not do this type of work. You may not look at history. You may not even know that this stuff exists. I don't know. I don't know what you guys do over there. Les Snead, 2012, he was the GM of the Rams. For the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 seasons, they never made the playoffs once. They never had a record better than 7-8. 7-8-1, actually. That was their best record in 5 seasons. And then in 2017, they went to the wild card and lost. In 2018, they lost the Super Bowl. 7 seasons. Very similar to Howie Roseman. 8 seasons. They went to a Super Bowl. The difference is the Eagles won, the Rams lost. 2019, no playoffs. 2020, lost the division. 2021, won a Super Bowl. Almost polar opposite of Howie Roseman. See, in year 8, they won. Year 7, the Rams lost. And in year, I think it was 12, the Eagles lost. In year 12 or 11, whatever, the Rams won. So when you compare all these records and playoff records and everything else, and the reason why I compare these two is because for some reason, all these Lions creators want to throw Brad Holmes under the bus and say, but look at what Howie Roseman's doing. He's a genius. Look at what Les Snead's doing. He's a genius. How come they can win Super Bowls and da-da-da-da-da, but we can't? Brad's outpacing them by a mile. But again, I don't think that people, I don't think that people look into this stuff. I really don't. I think that they just run their mouth without facts. I don't think they really understand stats and analytics. They think they do. They repeat and regurgitate what's on PFF, but do they know how to remanufacture those stats and analytics? I don't think they do. I really don't. Raul, I'll give you 2 minutes, man. Just whatever you got to say it. I'm not going to ask you any questions because I really got to go. It's noon. But go ahead. You can absolutely have an opinion. There's nothing wrong with that. See, that's why I don't get like you say that I'm telling people how to fan. I don't give a shit how you fan. Everyone fans in their own way. The difference is being toxic, being negative. Okay, you can be critical. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm critical too, just like I'm critical on the way that Hutch performs or other players. I think that people are critical in their own ways. Hold on, buddy. Why am I not hearing the audio? Why am I not hearing the audio? Check. All right, try again. I don't know why I'm not hearing the audio, but go for it. Boone, I've never said anything about sensitive. I've never said anything about you guys ever. Not once. I've never once mentioned your show on my show. I've never once mentioned you by name. Ever. Go ahead, Raw.
Hey, how you guys doing today? I'm sorry, I was at a doctor's appointment. I missed a lot of that show. I had to tune out at 10 a.m. my time.
No, you're good. Just go for it, because I've only got a couple minutes here.
Yeah, I appreciate you letting me jump on here real quick. This is the whole issue with the Lions fan in its entirety. Is we're completely divided, and we're divided because of the content creators and the stuff that's being put out there. Now, to your credit, you mentioned numerous times we don't need an edge rusher opposite of Aiden Hutchinson. For the prime example, last year we weren't healthy. We were just getting back into the swing of things with Aiden coming back from injury, McNeil coming back from injury, Tyreek Williams just coming into his own as his rookie season in the NFL. We had Akeem Muhammad do his thing on the other side of Aiden. Davenport was just getting back into the swing of things. Davenport's going to move on just because of the injury issues, and he's not able to contribute full-time on the field like we'd all like him to. But with all that being said, we were still 8th in generated pass rush. We were still top 5 in sacks overall statistically. Another pass rusher is not exactly what we need. We need to fix the O-line. We need to fix the back end of our secondary. We need a linebacker. We need tight ends that are competent and healthy. There's so many more priorities that this team needs, and all the fan base continually hears is a misguided approach from multiple different sources. Everyone's entitled to their own opinion. That is true, 100%. But you can't get offended for me having my opinion based off your opinion. And that's where debates begin. And I'm sorry if I could come across a little harsh. I maybe do that unintentionally in some of my comments when I respond to some of these content creators and some of the fans in the comment section. However, I understand the game from a multiple perspective, such as you do. Some of these other shows and fan base just look at it like you mentioned earlier on the surface level. It looks like we need a pass rusher opposite of Aiden because we don't have a flashy guy over there. We don't have a big-time name. So that's what we want. We want a big-time name, a flash in the frying pan to kind of get things going. And that's not what roster building is. Brad Holmes has built this roster from the ground up. He took over a dumpster fire of a team. He didn't have anything to sell. He started from the ground floor and built it to what it is right now. And that's what people don't even appreciate. They don't even appreciate that he built this team with his hands through the draft, drawing in lucrative prospect free agent players that have tremendous upswing with minimal payout. For 1 point, DJ Reader. Last year, Zeitler coming in to play right guard. Like, these are players that he's brought in. We were able to maintain Zeitler? No. He went on to greener pastures. We didn't know our O-line was in the situation it was until after the draft, after FA. There was no one left to grab. That's an unfortunate situation that we were embraced with Frank Ragnow retiring, Taylor Decker, and a shoulder injury. I'm dealing with a shoulder injury. I got nothing but time to talk to people. And I continue to try and turn the hedge and get them to think more thinking more with prosperity than negativity. This roster is light years ahead of where we would be with Aiden Hutchinson and Max Crosby on the DNs, considering the players that we would lose. Now, people say, oh, we're not going to lose these Pro Bowl young studs that we have with Jahmyr Gibbs, Jack Campbell, Brian Branch, Sam Laporta. All four of those need a new contract. You could use the fifth-year extension. You don't want to use a fifth-year extension because then you extend a year and you open up the possibility of someone else resetting the market and you're paying them an extra $5 million a year later versus what you'd be paying them right now because someone else reset the market. Jack Campbell, best linebacker in the league this season, won the Dick Butkus Award. What's Fred Warner getting paid? Isn't he getting like $17, $18 million a season? Where do you think Jack Campbell's going with his next contract? Jahmyr Gibbs, generational running back, electric with the ball in his hands. Where do you think his contract's going? What did Christian McCaffrey get? $18 million a season? What do you think? Jahmyr Gibbs is going to be around the same ballpark?
Oh, he will be. He's going to break the bank. He'll be the highest paid running back in the league.
You got Brian Branch, one of the most diverse strong safeties in the league. You put him, Kyle Hamilton, Cooper DeJean, kind of bunker him up into the same conversation with Nick from Seattle. I can't pronounce his last name. I'm not even going to try and
Charbonnet.
Okay. You got Brian Branch, Kyle Hamilton, and Cooper DeJean. Those guys are going to reset the market together. One's going to get paid, probably Hamilton first, then Branch, then Cooper DeJean, or hopefully that's how that goes, but maybe it's Hamilton, Cooper DeJean, then Branch. Like, these guys are going to reset the market because of the titles and the accolades they've gathered since being in the league. Slot, sub linebacker, strong safety. Like, that's a unique ability to be able to play all three positions, and you're only using one player instead of hiring three players to do that.
Yes, I think
and that brings up Sam Laporta.
Hold on a sec.
Like,
hold on a sec, Raw. Hold on.
Yep.
Hold on. Yep. So I think I get where you're going with all this, but to sum it all up, at the end of the day, Brad Holmes has done an excellent job. For whatever reason, the fan base consistently every year gets torn and shredded into the divide of, well, this guy's saying this and that guy's saying that, and I get it. So like what Boone just said, people need to stop being negative towards other creators. First of all, I'm not negative towards other creators. Well, what I am doing is I have to constantly defend myself as public enemy number one that pushes against the narrative, pushes against the grain. We all know who that certain toxic energy really comes from, where it comes from, and the lies and the slander and the defamation and everything that has also come with it. But it's that type of energy that I'm defending against, right? It's that type of energy that doesn't belong in the fan base. So when you get that energy mixed with a wholesome take or an idea from, let's say, your channel, and then you get something totally different from me, what happens is that negative energy pairs up with your wholesome take, and now it all becomes negative, right? It all becomes toxic because it's a similar idea. And then when you hear the things that I'm adding to the, to the discussion, which are more rooted in facts, stats, analytics, deep dives, not just surface level stuff and history, it makes more sense. There's a reason why my hit rate in the draft, 26 out of 32 last year, is higher than most any other expert for ESPN, CBS. I don't care the name. It's higher. And the stuff was done live. There's a reason why. Because I really get down to the roots of everything. I just don't jump on a mic to be an actor. I don't jump on a mic just to talk crap. I don't jump on a mic to sell a narrative. I'll be the first to admit if I'm wrong, and I'll also be the first one to put in more research than anybody needs to make sure that I don't get things wrong as much as possible. And it's not about me better than you or any of that. What it's about is I have an image to uphold, and I don't want to be wrong about things. That's how I've been my whole life. I hate being wrong. So when I put a lot of energy and time into things, there's a reason for it. But I will also stand behind that work when I know that it has been rooted in fact, and most of it plays out. Now, in this game that we play, doing media for the NFL, it is extremely hard to get things right. Go look at all of the experts out there, right? The Daniel Jeremiahs, the Kuipers, the Dane Bruglers. I mean, you name all of them. They very rarely get a lot of things right. And the reason why is because you are working with 32 different GMs' minds and how every action has an equal and opposite reaction in the draft, and you don't know what they're going to do. You have no clue what they're going to do because you don't know how that's going to change the board for 32 other teams the minute another team makes a selection. But if you get really deep into the roots of it, you can get fairly accurate. That's why I put out two things. I'm going to put out my top 50. I'll put out my pick for every team. But I'm also, next to that pick, I'm going to put in a position instead of just a pick. So maybe you'll use that this year, maybe you won't. But I put in a position because I might not get the name right, but I will get the position right. Hopefully. That's the goal. But I want to wind back to something real quick. Now you're going to keep me on for a few minutes. But the difference between me saying Brad built that team in LA and you saying, well, Les needs the GM, it's different than that. Okay, the GM makes the decisions, but where do you think the GM is getting all the info from? They're not just they're not putting in thousands of hours of tape work and film work. That's why you have a scout team of 20 people that does all that work for you, that delivers reports on all of these players. And then the GM has to make the decision based on those reports. But it is heavily, heavily, heavily weighted on what your scout team does and then what your director of scouting puts together as the final report. I fortunately have a contact in the NFL, former GM, okay, former executive. And so I get information. We talk from time to time. I get information from time to time, right? But I don't use that as leverage. I don't pump clickbait with the things that this individual tells me. A matter of fact, I don't know if I've ever used him as a source, really, because I feel unless I know for sure, I don't want to run with it. But in the chain of command, the draft process is a year-long funnel where you have thousands of prospects. It's whittled down to a board of roughly 50 players, right, to get your top, or 150 players to get your top 150. And then you have the road scouts. They're the eyes, the ears. They're on the ground all year round, man. They're staying in hotel life every day. And then you have the director of scouting. He's the filter, right? He filters all of that information down, synchronizes the reports from all the regions, and ensures that the scouting staff is grading players based on the specific prototypes that the director of scouting and the GM have put together that is required for their scheme. and then the GM, who's the ultimate decision maker, right? And it could be the GM and the owner. Hopefully the owner's not heavily involved, but if it's just the GM, I would say that when you look at what Brad did as the director of scouting and part of the scouting pool for 20 seasons almost in LA, was heavily responsible for what that GM, Les Snead, was drafting and developing in for the Rams team. And when it can't be a coincidence that Brad leaves and in the same year they win a Super Bowl when they only brought in really 3 players. You had Von Miller, Jalen Ramsey, and Matthew Stafford all within the span of 2 seasons, and Odell Beckham Jr. That was really it. That's really the only playmakers they brought in 2 seasons, from 2020 to 2021 or 2019 to 2020, winning the Super Bowl in 2021. So yeah, Brad was heavily responsible for why and how that Rams team was developed. It took them a while to get there, but he was heavily responsible. And that's exactly why you've seen our team go from 0 to hero quickly, because of what Brad has done. And if you don't think that Brad was able to do that in LA, just take a look around at their rosters, man. Look at how many times they drafted players and how many times they stick around. And I want to give you this bit, and then Raw, I'll give you 1 more minute. Draft efficiency breakdown. When you look at Kwesi, right? You just fired in Minnesota. The reason why he was fired is because there's only been 4 players out of all 4 seasons that he was in Minnesota that are actual starters that they drafted. 4. In Detroit, you're talking 2022. We'll go 2022. 8 picks, 5 starters, 2 all-pros. Only 3 released, and they came from rounds 5, 6, and 7. 2023, 8 picks, 4 starters, 2 all-pros, 3 released, rounds 3 and 7. Broderick Martin, Hendon Hooker, and I think Antoine Green. 2024, 6 picks, 3 starters, 100% retention. 2025, 7 picks, 2 starters, 100% retention. And honestly, in 2025, you really have 4 starters: Tesla, Frazier, Ratledge, and why is my brain not working? Williams. Those are really the starters you pulled out of that draft. But 2 of them were primary starters, 2 were spot starters and rotational guys. So at the end of the day, over 4 drafts, Brad has nearly a 80% retention rate. 80. The league average is 55%. Tell me again how Brad Holmes could ever be the problem in Detroit. It is not Brad. It is not the way he drafts. It is not the players who he brings in. You still have to execute on the field. Our team is more loaded than 80% of the teams in the league. It's not Brad. How do you go from an 85%, I think it's closer to 87%, from 2020 to 2021, the roster change, the attrition rate? The only players that we kept from that original roster of the Quinn Tricia era, I think it was maybe 6 guys, 7 guys at the most. Was not a lot. It was not a lot. It was mostly offensive line, and I think a punter, maybe the long snapper, and Fatu Melifonwu. Was he a hangover? Could have been. So anyway, I only have 1 more minute. I got to give you Ross to go for it.
I just feel like there's so much negativity surrounding the Detroit Lions. And I understand the baseline of where we've been for the past 50-plus years. Since 1996, I think, is the last time we made the playoffs with Barry Sanders, or was it 98? Okay. And then before that, there was no playoffs. So I get the constant want to be there and the constant disappointment of not getting there. And everyone has an opinion on what the team needs to propel us to where we got to be. However, this team has never been stronger in the history of the Detroit Lions. It has never been stronger. The roster's never been better. The continuity and chemistry of the players, aside from when Johnny Morton was here, has never been better. Okay? And guys are playing for each other. And when we bring in an outside pupil, such as Max Crosby, a very talented DN, 28 years old, 29 years old, he's explosive. He will create a problem. However, on the back end, if we can't defend those short passes because we don't have the personnel there because we got rid of everybody to bring them in, where do we lie? It's absolutely baffling that you want to move away 3 or 4 young studs to bring in one veteran stud. And we're just moving on from so much talent this way. And that's the SOL mindset. You're unhappy, you're ungrateful for what we have, and you need to supplement it. Well, in that supplement, you're losing as well.
Yeah,
it's called roster building.
Yeah,
and so far, Brad Holmes has done an immaculate job with this roster and the players we've acquired on this team.
So I want to answer the statement by Midwest Austin. Says exactly why they won the Super Bowl. They went all in. I assume you're speaking of the Rams. So they didn't go all in when you think about it. Odell Beckham Jr. signed as a free agent in 2021. It was November, I believe, of that year, November of 2021, just 10 days after the Von Miller trade, following his release from the Cleveland Browns. So Von Miller was traded from the Denver Broncos in November in exchange for a 2nd and a 3rd round pick in the 2022 draft. Jalen Ramsey was acquired in 2019. So what I said was the 4 names that they really added to that roster that were any playmakers was Jalen Ramsey, who was on the team for at least 1 season before they went to the Super Bowl. Von Miller was the only one that was brought in during the trade deadline. And Odell Beckham Jr. signed as a free agent who ended up breaking his leg, I think, in the Super Bowl or the game before or something. I can't remember now. But outside of that, it was the Matthew Stafford trade. That's the only things that they really did that were playmakers. That's not going all in. Not even close.
Well,
Odell Beckham Jr.
Odell Beckham Jr.
Huh?
A lot of money. They also paid Odell Beckham Jr. a lot of money. They knew he wasn't going to be starting right away. He came in at the end of the season to play a little bit in the playoffs. But he got like $13-14 million for like 5 games. And he won the Super Bowl with them, so.
Von Miller, he had 9.5 sacks, 56 combined tackles, 19 quarterback hits in 15 games. And 4.5 of those sacks came from Denver. So he had 5 sacks, the balance of the trade deadline. So half a season, he had 5 sacks. So was Von Miller a big reason why they won? I couldn't say definitively that he was. Odell Beckham, he had a couple of good games. I think that he gave them a little bit of extra oomph at times. But again, they didn't go all in. You know, they didn't go out and spend, $209 million like the New England Patriots are just forced to do. That's going all in, but they didn't have a choice because their draft and development didn't work because they had an idiot, making the picks, Robert Kraft. He shouldn't, I use the term idiot loosely because he's done a wonderful job for New England, but over the last several seasons, it was just a disaster. But anyway, enough of that. Raw, I appreciate you calling in. The whole goal here, and I think that, like Raw, you agree, is it's not don't have an opinion and don't say it because it could be viewed as negative. No, there's a difference between criticism and there's a difference with toxicity. And matter of fact, when In Brad We Trust Volume 1 does drop, I think that if you read it, you'll understand where I'm going with it and why it needs to be said, because there's a big divide in this fan base. There's toxic energy, and believe it or not, I don't know if certain people understand this about marketing or the way that media works, but you have 2 very different ways to go about content creation, right? you can either prey on trending, which is what a lot of people do, prey on the trending. And in that, they prey on whatever's selling the most. If Edge is a buzzword, I'm going to sell the hell out of it. If Brad Holmes is a buzzword, I'm going to sell the hell out of it. And the more reactions I can get, the more engagement I can get, well, that's better for the YouTube algorithm or Instagram or whatever, right? Twitter, Facebook. So if I say something that is relating to how SOL fans, will just say, are feeling, fire Brad Holmes, fire Dan Campbell. Oh, we need Max Crosby. Those are buzzwords. And there's a big percentage of fans out there that may believe that. So you stoke those flames. That is called rage bait. It is an actual term, but it is rage bait. You are stoking those flames to get those reactions, and you are now selling yourself really for engagement and a viral paycheck. That's it. As opposed to what media is supposed to be. Depends on which line of the fence you're on. Are you more media or are you more actor? Right? Because the rage bait stuff is more actor. The media side is what media was supposed to be, is delivering content in a way that is consumable, that makes your readers, your listeners, your followers more intelligent, to stoke their minds, to have good conversation. And really it's to be honest, it's to be truthful, and it's to deliver impactful information. Nowadays, you can't trust the media. Half of it's garbage, most of it's lies. Another portion of it's all opinion. Hardly any of it's true or factual. So we've got this major problem with media today. That's why when I started, it was truth, honesty, and transparency above all else. I don't care about narratives. I'm not going to rage bait. I'm not going to clickbait. I'm not going to drive, narratives just to get clicks. Nope. I'm going to do what I do. And if I have a disagreement with certain things, I will state that based on facts, based on research, based on stats, based on history, and an opinion. So if you have a negative take, you have a negative take. There's nothing wrong with being critical. I get critical on Aiden. What happens? This fan base melts down on me when I get critical on Aiden. Every time. But the more and more we talk about it, and then the more and more some of these fans actually go and watch film, they start to see it. Holy shit, Will, I see it now. I see what you're saying. And it's not just Aiden. I could pick any other name. I could pick any other name.
Me for that matter.
And run with it. For who?
Me for that matter. I don't agree with everything that you say.
No. You definitely don't.
We talked about it.
Yeah. And see, there's a difference between having a good open discussion, and then you're able to shake their hand and still be, friends, or acquaintances after the fact. Where in this space, it seems like if you have a disagreement, if you don't agree on things, well, they just attack you. And then they just post a bunch of shit on Twitter or whatever, right? And that's just not how I grew up. I have no reason to do that. Because trust me, if I wanted to air out some dirty laundry, oh boy, it would be bad. But you know what I don't want to do? Well, I don't want to be in the crosshairs of a lawsuit, even though everything that I would say is true. I don't want to be in the crosshairs of a lawsuit. So I'm not going to peddle in slander and defamation. Absolutely not. And I can tell you all the things that have been said about me or this channel, about anything else. Slander, defamation, all untrue. Have all the receipts. So that's the biggest reason why I won't do it. And just because that tiger's waiting in the weeds doesn't mean he's not going to come out and strike. Because he will. Eventually. When you least expect it. When your back's turned. That's when they strike. I stay eye to eye with everybody until it's time to strike. So patience is a virtue, young grasshopper. Raw, we'll catch you later. Catch you guys later next week. Maybe
Yes,
it'll pop
sir.
up during the weekend. You guys take care.
You have a great day.
You too, man. Adios.
My apologies if I was a little heated.
Nah.
Have a great day.
That's good stuff. We love it. We'll see you guys.
Peace.